Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the learning event of the Independent Development Evaluation, IDEV, of the African Development Bank. We are so pleased you could join this event on improving the sustainability of development interventions. What will it take? For those who are new to IDEV, IDEV is the independent development evaluation function of the African Development Bank. It carries out independent evaluations of the bank operations, policies, strategies, and working across projects, sectors, themes, regions, and countries. So from these evaluation findings, IDEV ensures that the bank and its various stakeholders learn from past experience, plan, and deliver development results to the highest possible standards. So for today's event, you're going to gain a deeper understanding through evaluative knowledge of what is working, what is not working, and why, when it comes to the sustainability of the bank interventions. So to be on the same page, today's event is focused on the sustainability of development interventions. And here we define sustainability as the extent to which the net benefits of the intervention continue or are likely to continue. So for a few seconds, I want you to imagine your commute to work or home today. Did you use a toll bridge or a toll highway where you must pay a fee to use it? I want you to imagine yourself in three roles. And if these are the questions that you would have asked when using the toll bridge or the highway. So first, you're the user or the beneficiary. Was I consulted in the construction of this bridge or highway? Was I consulted about the fee that I need to pay? Second, you're the government. Did we select the right project for this area? Why are we having problems with the cost recovery? Third, you're the donor or the financier. Did we finance the right project? Is the service accessible, affordable, and inclusive enough? So not to simplify complexity of implementing development projects, but simplicity in asking these questions will help us gain a deeper understanding of what works and what doesn't, especially around the issues of ownership, economic and financial sustainability, institutional sustainability, and capacity development. My name is Jane Musumba, Division Manager with IDEV, leading a team on knowledge management, outreach, and capacity development. And I'll be your moderator for today's learning event. So we have an interesting program ahead, but before we go to the program, a few housekeeping rules for our audience online. Please make sure your mics are muted. We have interpretation in English and French, so please select the language of your preference by clicking on the globe icon. During the Q&A, you have two options. You can raise your hand and the moderator will select the participant accordingly, or you can type your question or comment in the Q&A and chat box. We are recording today's event, therefore you'll be receiving links to the slides and recording via email within a few days. So we have a short program today. We started at 9, and apologies for those who've been waiting since 8 a.m. And we hope to end before 1300 GMT. So to start us off, I invite Karen Roth Musterman to make the opening remarks. She's the Evaluator General at the African Development Bank since April 2022. She joined the Independent Development Evaluation in June of 2014 as the Division Manager for Knowledge Management, Outreach, and Capacity Development. Prior to IDEV, she worked in the AfDB's Resource Mobilization Department, and before joining the bank in 2009, She was a senior policy advisor at the Dutch Ministry of Finance. So welcome, Karen.
Thank you, Jen. Members of the AfDB Board of Directors and senior management, participants from governments, parliaments, multilateral institutions, development organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I warmly welcome you all to today's event organized by Independent Development Evaluation at the African Development Bank. Your presence is a testament to our shared commitment and collaborative efforts to advance equitable and lasting solutions to development challenges. As members of a community working towards achieving global sustainable development, events like today's give us a platform to reflect, take stock of, and exchange insights into what we have done, the results achieved or not achieved, and the reasons behind our performance, and then to forge new pathways towards improved outcomes. Today's discussion is focused on the sustainability of development interventions. Interventions being policies, strategies, programs, or projects. As Jane already mentioned, sustainability is defined as the extent to which the net benefits of the intervention continue or are likely to continue. Simply put, will the benefits last after the intervention has come to an end? In its evaluations, IDEV usually examines 5 dimensions of sustainability, namely technical soundness, economic and financial sustainability, institutional sustainability and strengthening capacities, ownership and sustainability of partnerships, and environmental and social sustainability. From IDEV's assessment of the performance of AfDB's interventions, we found that sustainability, or lack of it, was a recurring issue. Data extracted from IDEV's evaluation results database shows that of the 72 independent evaluations conducted, sorry, I understand my mic is very low. Hang on a minute. Yourself, is it better now? Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, data from IDEV's evaluation results database shows that of the 72 independent evaluations conducted by IDEV over the past 5 years, 40 identified shortcomings in one or more aspects of sustainability. The evidence found interventions lacking exit and scale-up strategies and insufficient ownership mechanisms. Other mechanisms to ensure sustainability, such as capacity building efforts, while beneficial, often fell short of the desired outcomes due to inadequate institutional support and capacity assessments. Insufficient resources to pay for maintenance of infrastructure and equipment were also recurring issues. These shortcomings meant that the benefits of the interventions did not last as long as expected, or that they were at risk. The issue of sustainability of its interventions is not unique to the African Development Bank. It is a cross-cutting concern for the entire development fraternity and for the members of the evaluation community. I regularly have the opportunity to exchange with the evaluation offices of bilateral development agencies and other international financial institutions, and our findings on sustainability are largely similar. Our organizations are all grappling with questions such as the development partner has to end its involvement in the project at some point and hand over to the recipient government. But what more could it do to ensure that the conditions that favor sustainability are created and nurture it as much as possible. Today's discussion is timely and integral to our efforts to improve the long-term well-being and resilience of the communities we serve. Drawing on some of the evaluations conducted by IDEV, we have structured the program to focus on financial sustainability and on institutional sustainability and strengthening of capacities. But your experiences and your views on other dimensions of sustainability are also very much welcome. In our pursuit to gain a deeper understanding of what is working, what is not, and why, permit me to leave you with some questions for reflection. What are we doing that we should scale up? What are we doing that we should scale down or stop? What should we start doing? And what should we do differently? I hope we will arrive at some of the answers to these questions today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank our speakers, presenters, moderators, and panelists from various organizations that have joined us today, and also you, our participants. I further thank the IDEV team that organized this event. These deliberations will provide reflections, experiences, and action points that the IDEV team will transform into a lessons note to be widely shared. It is my sincere belief that by sharing and learning together, we can effect positive change. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for the opening remarks and for giving us the background for selecting today's topic, given the evidence from the IDEV's independent evaluations. For the keynote address, I invite Executive Director Mette Knudsen. She's currently the Executive Director on the board of the African Development Bank, representing Denmark, Finland, India, Ireland, Norway, and Sweden. She's the Vice Chairperson of the bank's Committee on Operations and Development Effectiveness, CODE. She previously served as the Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General for Political Affairs in UNAMA, the UN mission in Afghanistan. She has also been Denmark's ambassador to several countries, including Afghanistan, Kenya, my home country, Somalia, Eritrea, Seychelles, Greece, Cyprus, Ethiopia, and also a representative to some of the regional bodies, the African Union and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. She was the head of the African Department in the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and she also held postings in Zambia and Tanzania. Welcome, Edie Mette Knudsen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the Evaluator General Karen Rod-Monsterman and her team for having invited me to attend this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I understand we have very many important institutions present. I think that sounds very promising. So on my behalf of that and that of the African Development Bank's Committee on Operations and Development Effectiveness, the CODE Committee, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to you for joining us today. The topic of sustainability of development benefits is pertinent to the mandate of the bank and that of CODE. In fulfilling our mandate, CODE members are informed by the findings of evaluations conducted by the AfDB's independent evaluation function, IDEV. As the first consumers of IDEV's findings, CODE sees the importance of this opportunity to take stock of the extent to which the impacts and benefits of the bank's interventions in our regional member countries last over time. This is an opportune discussion as it feeds into the implementation of the bank's upcoming 10-year strategy, which will guide our efforts to promote and accelerate inclusive, climate-resilient growth and development over the next 10 years. And maybe just to add that I will have to leave this session after my intervention because this morning in the board, we are discussing several projects, including phase 3 of a last mile connectivity project in Kenya, of which IDEV has made an impact evaluation that has really informed what we will be discussing this morning on the phase 3. So just to say, these are immediate effects of learning from the evaluations. As noted earlier by the Evaluator General, IDEV's evidence points to a mixed performance for the sustainability of banks' interventions, with notable concerns in the institutional, financial, and economic aspects of sustainability. While the water and sanitation and governance sectors showed some satisfactory sustainability outcomes, the transport, energy, and agriculture sectors performed less favorably. As the latter sectors form the largest share of the AfDB's investment portfolio, we are experiencing sustainability issues related to underutilized energy production and inadequate maintenance resources for roads, energy, and other infrastructure facilities. This poses the risk that the benefits brought to local population by the bank's projects will not last, that the development effects will decline over time, and that infrastructure will need to be rehabilitated or reconstructed altogether a few years down the road at a much higher price than it would have cost to maintain it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this scenario is replicated in many of our regional member countries. And indeed, when discussing proposals for new country strategy papers and for individual projects, CODE and other board members regularly raise the issue of sustainability and ask which measures have been put in place to ensure it. I think this is more or less the most commonly asked question. And I commend IDEV for convening this gathering based on evaluative evidence to seek to identify the underlying problems and try to facilitate discussions around possible solutions. I would like to contribute some thoughts to the discussion. Today's dialogue precedes the 2023 United Nations COP28 conference on climate change taking place this week in Dubai, I believe even maybe starting today. We should be reminded that there can be no sustainability if we mismanage our natural resources. To ensure the environmental and social sustainability of projects, there is a need to institutionalize and operationalize safeguards mechanisms, such as the bank's recently updated integrated safeguard system, to mainstream and strengthen capacity for risk assessment and management of operations. Each stakeholder plays a vital and complementary role in ensuring ownership and sustainable impact. Stronger stakeholder engagement is needed right from project initiation and design, through project implementation to monitoring and evaluation. And particular care should be taken to involve women and youth, but also to involve more marginalized groups in society. And I couldn't stress enough how important this stakeholder engagement is, and also the continued engagement all through projects. Really critical. In addition to institutional capacity, it is also important that we take a keener interest in the governance issues on the African continent. We must encourage peace building, good governance, and resilience, and help prevent conflicts, as these can easily wipe out the benefits of our interventions. And regarding financial sustainability, the issue of cost recovering tariffs for water and electricity, it is a sensitive one, as it requires balancing considerations of access and affordability with the financial viability of utilities. Again, I think the last mile connectivity we are discussing this morning in the bank is a prime example of these different conflicting needs. But just because an issue is sensitive does not mean we should not discuss and address it. We also need to rethink domestic resource mobilization strategies to spur local revenue generation after project completion. And we should consider how development partners can support such strategies. Allow me to also stress the significance of generating and using knowledge from monitoring and evaluation to inform decision making, and enable the implementation of effective strategies that promote long-term sustainability and positive outcomes for communities. Sustainable operations can be supported by sustainable financing. Multilateral development banks have placed a strong emphasis on developing innovative solutions to global financing challenges. These may also be able to contribute to addressing sustainability challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, to answer the question of what it will take to improve the sustainability of development interventions, I think that sustainability should be the guiding principle throughout the entire project cycle. And it will require the active involvement and collaboration of all stakeholders, the bank, national, provincial, and local governments, development partners, and not least the beneficiaries and those people on the African continent that are supposed to be the ones to gain from our interventions. They must be in our focus and they must be involved and participate at all stages. Thank you once again for joining us this morning, and let us continue to learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Edie Knudsen, for the keynote address. It's good to have the knowledge. It's even better to put that knowledge into action. As Edie Knudsen pointed out as to how some of our evaluations are informing the board discussions. And yes, indeed, COP28 starts tomorrow in Dubai. So these discussions are very timely. So to set the scene for today's topic, I invite my colleague, Joseph Mwanda, to make a presentation titled, "What Evidence Tells Us About the Sustainability of the Bank's Development Interventions." Joseph Mwanda has worked with IDEV since 2001. A statistician economist by training, he conducts sector, thematic, impact evaluation, project and project performance evaluations of AfDB-funded infrastructure, that is transport, energy, water supply, and sanitation. Before joining the bank, Joseph worked as a long-term consultant in the ministries of Côte d'Ivoire in the education and vocational training sector, mainly with the statistics, planning, and evaluation departments. So welcome, Joseph.
Merci, je vais essayer de partager ma présentation. Ok, j'espère que c'est visible. Alors, je dois... Peux-tu, s'il te plaît, pour lancer la présentation, s'il te plaît.
C'est lancé déjà, c'est l'autre. Moi, je ne sais pas si l'autre s'est planté. Voilà.
Voilà.
C'est parfait, merci.
OK. Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, c'est avec une immense joie que je m'associe à cet important moment de partage de connaissances. Ma présentation va s'articuler autour de 3 points essentiels. En premier lieu, je dresserai brièvement un état de lieu caractérisé par un déficit considérable en infrastructure. Deuxièmement, j'aborderai les besoins colossaux en termes de financement pour ces infrastructures. Et enfin, je conclurai en partageant des connaissances évaluatives sur la durabilité des avantages découlant des projets de développement en Afrique, notamment dans le secteur de l'énergie, des transports, de l'eau et de l'assainissement. D'emblée, il convient de souligner que les infrastructures constituent le socle et le point névralgique des défis de développement en Afrique. Le constat alarmant réside dans le déficit massif en infrastructures entravant la transformation du continent et exposant à des risques accrus liés au changement climatique. Un état de lieu révélateur met en lumière le retard significatif de l'Afrique en termes d'accès aux infrastructures. En 2020, 411 millions de personnes en Afrique ne bénéficiaient toujours pas d'un accès sécurisé à l'eau potable. Et durant la pandémie de COVID-19, 3 personnes sur 10 dans le monde ne pouvaient pas se laver les mains avec de l'eau et du savon à domicile. Une situation exacerbée en Afrique. Les chiffres sont particulièrement préoccupants en ce qui concerne l'assainissement. Alors que le nombre mondial de personnes pratiquant la défécation à l'air libre a diminué d'environ 700 millions entre 2000 et 2017, la région de l'Afrique subsaharienne a enregistré une augmentation de 49 millions de personnes faisant usage de cette pratique au cours de la même période. Enfin, des inégalités existent en milieu urbain du fait de l'urbanisation galopante, ainsi que des disparités entre les zones urbaines et rurales. Malgré le potentiel considérable de l'Afrique, plus de 600 millions d'Africains demeurent privés d'accès à l'électricité. Et de manière préoccupante, près de 970 millions de personnes dépendent du bois, du charbon de bois ou des déchets animaux pour préparer leurs repas, mettant en lumière la précarité énergétique dans laquelle se trouvent de nombreuses communautés. Le taux de couverture en électricité reste alarmant. Celui-ci est estimé à seulement 45% en moyenne en Afrique subsaharienne. Dans le domaine des transports, une réalité inquiétante se dessine. Seulement 25% du réseau routier africain est asphalté, bien en deçà de la moyenne mondiale qui dépasse les 50%. Les défis sont encore plus prononcés en ce qui concerne l'état des routes. Seulement 49% des routes revêtues présentent un bon état, tandis que la situation est alarmante pour des routes rurales de désert, dont 85% sont en mauvais état. La nécessité pressante d'investissement dans les infrastructures en Afrique est accentuée par le contraste saisissant entre les besoins estimés et les financements actuels, révélant ainsi un déficit crucial pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Selon le scénario de développement durable de l'Agence internationale de l'énergie, le secteur de l'électricité nécessiterait un investissement d'environ 2,1 milliards de dollars américains de 2020 à 2040, équivalent à environ 100 milliards de dollars américains par an. Cette somme dépasse plus du double de l'investissement record de 43,8 milliards de dollars américains en 2018, comme en témoigne le suivi effectué par le Consortium pour les infrastructures en Afrique. Les niveaux actuels de financement pour le secteur de l'eau, de l'assainissement et de l'hygiène demeurent nettement inférieurs aux estimations pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Les coûts annuels d'investissement requis pour répondre aux cibles 6.1 et 6.2 des ODD en Afrique sont estimés à 39,7 milliards de dollars par an. En revanche, le rapport 2017 du Consortium pour les infrastructures en Afrique a révélé que le financement sectoriel annuel moyen pour l'eau et l'assainissement en Afrique entre 2012 et 2017 s'élevait à seulement 12,7 milliards de dollars, représentant environ un tiers des besoins d'investissement en capital. De cette situation de déficit financier alarmant émerge un problème concomitant de durabilité des avantages découlant des projets d'investissement existants, soulignant ainsi la nécessité d'une approche globale visant à assurer des investissements suffisants tout en garantissant des impacts durables sur le long terme. Les connaissances évaluatives visant à surmonter les obstacles liés à la durabilité des avantages des investissements de développement des infrastructures en Afrique mettent en lumière 6 facteurs de succès essentiels. Ces éléments cruciaux comprennent le fait de pouvoir choisir les technologies d'infrastructure appropriées, renforcer la maintenance des infrastructures, favoriser l'appropriation et l'engagement des parties prenantes, s'efforcer d'assurer la viabilité environnementale et sociale, assurer la viabilité économique et financière et enfin renforcer les capacités institutionnelles pour une meilleure gouvernance. En ce qui concerne le choix technologique, de façon positive, les interventions de la banque mettent en avant l'adoption des technologies de pointe, particulièrement dans l'eau urbaine et l'énergie. En milieu rural, la viabilité technique est globalement robuste pour l'approvisionnement en eau, mais moindre pour l'assainissement. Cependant, les évaluations ont mis en exergue le fait que les projets sont souvent influencés par la technologie choisie plutôt que par des considérations d'adéquation technique et financière. De ce fait, l'on peut se retrouver avec des technologies inappropriées qui peuvent entraver des difficultés, qui peuvent entraîner plutôt des difficultés opérationnelles, des coûts excessifs et des retards. Un manque d'appropriation par les bénéficiaires et par conséquent des effets des projets non durables. L'enseignement clé réside dans le fait que l'utilisation des technologies appropriées dans les infrastructures facilite la faisabilité, l'exploitation et la maintenance. Les évaluations mettent en lumière des défauts d'entretien des infrastructures résultant d'une planification inadéquate ou de retards délibérés, menaçant la qualité des actifs, y compris pour certaines centrales hydroélectriques comme le projet INGA en RDC et aussi d'autres centrales hydroélectriques en Ouganda. Les budgets insuffisants et les retards dans le contrôle des charges à l'essieu exacerbent les problèmes de durabilité dans les projets routiers. L'incapacité à assurer un entretien adéquat des routes est la principale raison du manque de durabilité des réseaux de transport routier dans de nombreux pays. Ce scénario entraîne une augmentation des coûts et une diminution des bénéfices. Par exemple, le défaut d'entretien régulier dans les services d'eau en Afrique entraîne une augmentation d'au moins 60% des coûts totaux de remplacement des équipements. Par ailleurs, une étude en Afrique du Sud souligne qu'un retard de 3 ans dans l'entretien des routes entraîne une augmentation des coûts 6 fois supérieure aux coûts initiaux. Et un retard de 5 ans multiplie le coût par 18. Les évaluations ont mis en exergue le fait qu'un processus participatif efficace lors de la conception du projet est essentiel pour renforcer l'appropriation. De ce fait, l'étendue et la qualité de la collaboration avec les parties prenantes sont importantes. Depuis 2013, la banque adopte un système de sauvegarde intégré pour éviter des impacts négatifs. Des mesures d'atténuation environnementale et sociale sont convenues avec les emprunteurs et intégrées dans les accords de prêt. Cependant, l'élaboration de la sauvegarde n'est pas une finalité en soi. L'organisation doit démontrer comment les impacts potentiels sur l'environnement et la société sont gérés au niveau de ces interventions. Les évaluations ont révélé des insuffisances dans les rapports sur les clauses environnementales et sociales ainsi que les mesures d'atténuation. La détresse financière des compagnies d'électricité et des sociétés d'eau compromettent la viabilité économique et financière des projets d'infrastructure. L'une des raisons est que les tarifs ne reflètent pas les coûts réels et entraînent des marchés sous-optimaux. Par ailleurs, l'efficacité opérationnelle, ou je dirais l'inefficacité opérationnelle, impacte négativement les compagnies d'électricité et des services d'eau. Dans le secteur des transports, les réformes des fonds routiers et des agences routières n'ont pas encore produit des résultats escomptés. Enfin, l'usage de partenariats publics-privés est mis à l'épreuve par le manque de mesures et de suivi de l'impact fiscal des PPP. Le principal enseignement réside dans la nécessité d'améliorer la solvabilité financière des compagnies d'électricité et des services d'eau pour combler le vaste déficit d'infrastructures en Afrique. Cela implique des ajustements tarifaires appropriés, une réduction de l'inefficacité opérationnelle, et une attention particulière à la durabilité financière des projets routiers et des partenariats publics-privés. Enfin, un autre élément crucial pour garantir la durabilité des projets d'infrastructure concerne les capacités institutionnelles. Les évaluations ont révélé que les capacités limitées et la faiblesse des incitations des entités gouvernementales entravent la prestation des services d'infrastructure. En outre, la formation, la rétention et la gestion des professionnels qualifiés sont souvent plus difficiles dans le secteur public. Des exemples positifs comme le Rwanda soulignent l'importance de structures institutionnelles solides qui assurent la continuité des avantages liés aux projets soutenus par la banque, notamment dans le secteur de l'énergie et des transports. Je vous remercie.
So thank you, Joseph, for the comprehensive presentation. I picked one of the factors in fostering sustainability is by addressing economic and financial sustainability. So which is actually a good way to move now to the first panel discussion. I now invite Amon Ziamana to help us moderate the first panel discussion on financial sustainability in development interventions. What are the underlying factors of success and failure? Amon Ziamana is currently wearing two hats. He is the interim director for the Development Impact and Results Department and division manager of the Delivery Support and Implementation Division of the African Development Bank. He has led institutional reforms from the development of operations delivery dashboard and joint KPIs in support of the One Bank delivery model, to the review of the bank's cost structure and efficiency. He spearheaded the bank's support to government delivery units and the establishment of the African Delivery Units Network, ADN. Before joining the bank, he worked in multilateral development institutions and NGO in Africa and in the Caribbean. So welcome, Amon.
Thank you very much, Jane. So, bonjour et bienvenue à cette journée de réflexion et d'échange sur la durabilité des interventions de développement et plus particulièrement à cette table ronde sur la durabilité financière. Comme introduit par ma collègue Jane, je m'appelle Armand Zeimana, directeur par intérim du département en charge des résultats et l'impact sur le développement à la Banque africaine de développement. Nous venons d'avoir une excellente entrée en matière sur le sujet par la voie de la présentation de mon collègue Joseph Mwanda, qui dresse un état assez préoccupant du déficit en infrastructure sur le continent et des nombreux défis en matière de durabilité financière des interventions de développement qui sont tirés de l'expérience de la Banque africaine de développement. Afin de poursuivre cette réflexion, nous avons assemblé pour vous aujourd'hui un panel d'éminents experts que je vais présenter aussitôt. So let me start by welcoming Mrs. Yvonne Kwanza. Mrs. Kwanza is the Director of Resource Mobilization and Economic Relations at the Ministry of Finance in Ghana. She's in charge of development cooperation and external financing. She has a long career and experience in debt management. So welcome to this panel, Mrs. Kwanza.
Thank you very much.
Our second panelist for this very exciting conversation is Mr. Tamiru Gedefa. Mr. Gedefa is the lead executive officer at the Ministry of Water and Energy in Ethiopia. He has more than 23 years of experience in the water sector, so very experienced expert in this area. Warm welcome to this panel, Mr. Gedefa.
Thank you very much.
Notre troisième intervenant est Monsieur Firmin Croix. Monsieur Croix est conseiller technique au ministère de l'Économie, du Plan et du Développement en Côte d'Ivoire. Il est en charge des questions de politique économique, de gouvernance, d'environnement, développement urbain, développement durable, agriculture et changement climatique. Donc un portefeuille extrêmement riche. Bienvenue, Monsieur Croix. Nous allons donc immédiatement plonger dans le vif du sujet par une série de questions que nous allons adresser au panel. Par la suite, nous allons également donner l'opportunité au public de soumettre leurs questions en ligne à travers la boîte de commentaires que nous allons essayer de canaliser pour vous. So let me try to kick off this very interesting conversation with a question to Mrs. Kwanzaa. We know that in African countries, there are resource constraints and multiple competing demands. Given that context and drawing particularly from the challenging economic context of Ghana, how can we ensure that adequate resources are made available for the maintenance of infrastructure? Mrs. Kwanzaa, over to you, please. So, Mrs. Kwanzaa, I'm not sure if my question went through very clearly, so let me repeat it. In the context of resource constraints and multiple competing demands, and particularly drawing from the challenging economic context of Ghana, could you share with us some of the measures that your country has taken to ensure that adequate resources are made available for the maintenance of infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I lost you. Either it's my net. The only question I heard from you is measures we are taking to manage infrastructure. Is that the question you asked?
Yes, that's precisely it. So,
okay.
and putting this in the context of resource constraints and many competing demands on the government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank African Development Bank for inviting me to be a panel member. And we all know the role the bank plays in the development of our economy. So in terms of the measures we have put in place in infrastructure, I think I will look at the road sector. I will also look at the transport sector, and then maybe talk a little about agri, just a little about agri. Yes, per what our presenter made, you realize that there are big financial constraints for us. So in terms of how much of funds that we have to contribute, how much of funds we have to contribute to support international, to support projects is a big challenge. But measures we've put in place, one measure is that we should all agree that generally aid is declining. Generally getting concessional financing is declining. Also access for African countries, looking at the challenges we are facing, we have limitation on accessing international bond markets, and also accessing commercial funding, because we have to look at this whole idea of debt sustainability, etc. So one thing that one measure we've taken is that we try as much as possible to collaborate or to have co-financing measures, you get me? Because a typical project may not be financed only by African Development Bank. I have a typical project where we have African Development Bank supporting one part. We have the Japanese government supporting other part. We also have another multilateral So one big measure that we are using to ensure that we mobilize enough resources is through co-financing, and where we are leveraging on both our multilaterals and also our bilaterals. One issue that we should all notice when you are doing a full financing, especially when you're having multilateral and bilateral, is that they have different policies and procedures. But then as much as possible, as a project document, we try as much as possible to have them to harmonize their policies and their procedures so that we can implement the project successfully. And then also we look at the various instruments. Should we do rather co-finance? Who should be in the co-financing model and who should be doing the para-financing? And in terms of that too, who should be managing to make sure that all partners are playing their role well? And especially one thing that we should all bear in mind if we have to be arranging such facility is the preparation of the project documentation. You see, how we prepare the projects and to make sure that the buy-in from the partners are very important. So it's something that we really have to look at. The second one too that we measure we are putting in place is community engagement. You know, community engagement, because these projects are being undertaken at various communities. So the question is that, what role is the community playing? What is their role in terms of governance issue? What role in terms of even after the project, how will it be sustained, etc.? And when you look at Ghana in particular, we have this whole chieftaincy issue, which is big. We have the national government already, all right, but we have this chieftaincy, and the role of the communities in terms of our traditional rulers are so very important. So if we are able to bring them on board in terms of this whole issue of sustainability and how they can also support it post-project, is also important. The other one too that we are looking at as Ghana is we've passed our PPP law, and we are passing our PPP regulation to ensure that it's not only only government that is supporting. It's not only government that is supporting, but then we also have private sector support. So we have passed our PPP law. We are doing the regulation. We've had some, and we also have. We've also set up a public investment management system, where we try as much as possible to collate and to also ensure we collate all public projects that are ready for infrastructure, so that we are able to source funding for that. So that is another measure that we have taken. The other measure too is this whole idea of road tolls. You know, I think it's a big thing for every African country. The question is that how much of the collection we make can contribute to the maintenance of the project. And that is one issue that I think I'm taking advantage for African Development Bank, for all of us to critically look at it, because in terms of maintenance, you are collecting the local, if you are collecting the local currency. Meanwhile, some of these projects may require some foreign exchange costs. So the idea of this exchange laws also, who picks it up? And one other thing is, how much do you charge? You see, we have one particular road, Accra Motorway Road, that it has gone through various discussions on what appropriate tolling should we charge that will enable us maintain the road, whilst at the same time, those we are serving would also, this whole idea of affordability, who are serving, how they can also afford and pay. Because there are other routes, and how do we make that project sustainable? So that is also one thing that we are looking at. And I think African Development Bank should take it seriously for us to really follow up on this. So when we're talking of financial sustainability of our roads. Another one I want to talk about, which is and that is for me, something that has been on my heart, is this whole issue of compensation. This whole issue of compensation where governments are expected to pay the compensation. The question I always ask is that if we have enough funds as country, we will not be asking for external funding also. So if now government, and I also agree, I'm not against government not contributing, but the question I want to bring here on this panel is that assuming we have about 15 projects, not coming only from African Development Bank, but we have it coming from other multilateral, coming from other bilaterals. And they are all asking government to pay compensation to have these roads or to have this infrastructure done. Have we thought of the impact on our budget? You see, and if you realize these are some of the delays when it comes to compensation, the payment of compensation delays projects. So if you have governments not paying for the compensation, then it delays the contribution that is coming from the recipient countries. And that's why I'm giving a scenario that, assuming as a country, maybe for Ghana for this year, we have 15 projects that requires compensation from government. And it's coming from different development partners. And we have to use our DRM, that is resource mobilization, internally to pay for those compensations. Look at how we have to pay for this compensation, which is a discretionary budget. Look at the debt servicing we have to pay. We have to pay salary, we have to. I believe some work, I have done a little work, but it's not too much. But you realize that it is a strain, it's a drain on government resources. So I believe that we should start finding other innovative means of paying this compensation. I'm not saying we shouldn't pay. I'm not saying there shouldn't be a contribution, but we should sit down with our development partners and find ways, some innovative means of paying some of this compensation. For now, I think these are some of the measures we are putting in place. And then another one is we have what they call the non-tax revenue that we've put a lot of regulations so that we'll be able to mop up, we'll be able to collect not only just tax, because we know the limits we have to go on tax, but we also have to see how best for non-tax we can rake in a lot of money from the non-tax revenue in terms of fees, in terms of levies, etc. That can also support, that can increase our DRM so that we'll be able to finance infrastructure. This is what I want to say for now, but I'm sure that after other panels, I can come in again. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kwanzaa. I think I'm sure that many of the things that the initiative taken by Ghana to address the sustainability of infrastructure will be actually ring a bell to the other members of the panel. I think you've mentioned some very critical initiatives, PPP laws, introducing road tolls, engaging with the community. Excellent intervention. So let me now turn to Mr. Gedefa to learn more about the experience in Ethiopia in infrastructure maintenance, and particularly in his own very challenging area of water and sanitation. Could you please share with us some of the strategies and mechanisms that ensure the revenue generation capacity of infrastructure intervention to fulfill maintenance and operational cost of these infrastructure? Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Gedefa, I think your mic is still muted.
I'm sorry. My name is Tamaro. I'm work for the Ministry of Water and Energy of Ethiopia, Federal Ministry. Thank you very much. Just to begin with, water sanitation, overall wash services a challenge, as we know in sub-Saharan Africa. Mostly the service level, the standard, and also the quality of provision of wash services a challenge. Our ministry is working especially on wash service in joint with other ministry of health and the Ministry of Education, especially on school washes. The challenge is there. We have a big gap. We have a 10-year strategy plan for universal access for wash service, especially for water supply, sanitation, and the hygiene. The gap is very high. The access rate is very low. So currently we are drafted wash financing strategy to unlocking the sustainable finance solution. The trend is mostly the financing is come from the donors, the development partners, including the civil societies, bilateral and the multilateral, and also some from the ministry, from the government, from the federal and the regional government, for the both for the investment and also for the major maintenance. In principle, especially in Ethiopia, the policy is just a cost recovery for urban water supply and operation in the maintenance cost recovery for rural component, but the challenge is very high because currently, as we identify, the gap is very huge. Almost we have a gap of about 40% gap in financing of to meet the 10 years strategic plan. Because of this, the ministry now is drafted the Ethiopian wash financing strategy, in which briefs the challenges, the issues currently we have in terms of the gap, in terms of the finance gap, and also the sustainability of most of our infrastructure. Because the previous project is mostly they finance during the project time only for the investment part. Most of the project lacks the post-construction component. So because of this, the sustainability of our project is in question. Mostly we do the visibility study, not the viability study of our infrastructure, including the life cycle cost of infrastructure. Because of this, we currently formulate, which are at draft level, wash financing strategy. There are three major identified points: decreasing the cost and increasing the efficiency, working on the non-functionality, and also on non-revenue water, because we have currently we noted that the non-revenue water is very high, is above 30%, and the non-functionality is also in digit like 17-18% are non-functional. Most of the rural small scheme water supply schemes. So to get one of the strategies, so to decrease the cost in increasing the efficiency by doing working on non-functionality, on non-revenue water, and also adopting low technologies and renewable energy for especially in rural area where there is no grid and usually using the diesel which is currently very difficult to supply diesel for the operating. So this is one of the strategy options. The second strategy option is increasing the fund sources. This is because most of our projects have utilities have a business plan. They have on the document, but the challenge we have is in action. Changing this business plan to action is one of the challenges. So in this strategy, we also indicate the tariffs, the tax, the transfers, especially for the wash. The third one is increasing the finance sources, the repayable finances, especially increasing the credit worthiness of the wash service provider, capacity building, participation of private sector, and also community participation. Community participation is very important. We also considered in our new strategy. So those are some of the initiation, but we are also working with the African Development Bank previously on the establishing of micro enterprises for the local technical providers, and also micro enterprises used in the women-led micro enterprise for supply chain. Supply chain is also one of the issues on the sustainability of infrastructure. So we are organizing, we include those options which increase also the options for the financing of the life cycle of the infrastructure. As I said, most of time we do just for the infrastructure investment, not for the life cycle of source, because of this sustainability is issue. So I hope the new strategy, which also needs some maybe on the legal issue, is there also because it goes with the institutional capacity, structure, organogram, like the structural setup, because most of our water supply in the wash service is managed by the regional and the water utilities, urban water utilities. So I hope the new strategy, which is under development, will minimize the current issue related to financial sustainability in wash sector. I think, thank you. I will add also if there is more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gedefa, for sharing this very rich experience in the water sector in Ethiopia, particularly in the context of the WASH strategy that you have developed. And I'm very pleased to hear that the African Development Bank is supporting your efforts to strengthen financial sustainability of infrastructure, including through this initiative on supporting micro enterprises in the construction and maintenance supply chain. This is excellent experience that you are sharing. Je vais maintenant me tourner vers Monsieur Croix pour également bénéficier de la riche expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire en matière de stratégie et de financement innovant pour assurer la pérennité des infrastructures, particulièrement des infrastructures routières. Je crois que tous ceux qui ont l'opportunité de venir en Côte d'Ivoire sont toujours très impressionnés par les infrastructures routières de la Côte d'Ivoire et d'Abidjan et au-delà d'Abidjan. Monsieur Gros, vous avez la parole pour faire partager un peu cette expérience en matière de financement innovant pour assurer la pérennité de ces infrastructures. Merci.
Bonjour. Je voudrais d'entrée remercier les responsables de la BAD qui ont organisé ce panel. et dire que ce sujet sur le thème principal, améliorer la durabilité des interventions, est opportun. Et il m'offre l'agréable plaisir de partager avec vous tout l'intérêt et l'importance de la Côte d'Ivoire sur les questions d'évaluation. Parce que la durabilité fait partie des critères édités par l'OCDE, notamment la pertinence, l'efficacité, l'impact, l'efficience et la durabilité elle-même. Donc, avant de répondre à votre question, il faut noter que pour ce qui concerne la Côte d'Ivoire, en 2022, la ministre du Plan a conduit une loi, a fait voter une loi pour montrer tout l'intérêt que la Côte d'Ivoire a pour ce qui concerne tout ce qui est évaluation. C'est la loi sur l'évaluation des politiques publiques. Ainsi, pour répondre à la préoccupation qui concerne comment pérenniser trouver les ressources ou comment la Côte d'Ivoire, l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire en ce qui concerne le financement des infrastructures routières, comme vous venez de le dire, aujourd'hui à Abidjan, depuis que l'avènement du chef de l'État, son Excellence Alassane Ouattara, Abidjan a un autre visage. Et ce n'est pas qu'à Abidjan, toute la Côte d'Ivoire, parce que tout ce que vous voyez à Abidjan, dans toutes les localités en Côte d'Ivoire, dans tous les villages, les villes, les communes, les sous-préfectures, il y a des infrastructures routières que le gouvernement, bien sûr, avec l'appui de la BAD, que je voudrais remercier ici, parce que la BAD accompagne beaucoup la Côte d'Ivoire en ce qui concerne ces infrastructures, notamment il y a d'autres partenaires. Donc, pour revenir à notre préoccupation, notre question, il faut noter que la Côte d'Ivoire a adopté le partenariat public-privé comme élément important dans sa stratégie de développement des infrastructures. Et la Côte d'Ivoire a mis en place ce qu'on appelle un comité national de pilotage des PPP, épaulé par un secrétariat exécutif et une cellule d'appui dotée de ressources humaines expertes qui crée en fait le cadre institutionnel. Parce que pour suivre ces infrastructures, il faut des tests, il faut un cadre institutionnel, c'est important. Maintenant, il y a la gestion efficace des ressources existantes. Il s'agit à cet égard de la mise en place des mécanismes de gestion rigoureuses pour maximiser l'utilisation des ressources disponibles. Ceci implique d'adopter des pratiques d'entretien préventif pour prolonger la durée de vie des infrastructures. Et tout ceci passe également par la formation du personnel chargé de l'entretien de ces infrastructures-là. C'est dans ce cadre qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il y a ce qu'on a appelé le FAIR, qui est le Fonds d'entretien routier, qui assure la mobilisation des ressources nécessaires pour le financement de l'entretien routier. Il y a que l'activité commerciale de la route permet d'une part, à travers l'exploitation des péages, parce que si vous prenez la voie à Abidjan pour aller à Boaké, évidemment, il y a des péages qui sont mis en place. Et comme je l'ai indiqué, ces péages-là, l'objet, c'est de mobiliser des ressources pour aider à l'entretien des infrastructures. Également, il y a l'autre approche qu'on appelle l'exploitation de solutions technologiques novatrices qui peuvent réduire le coût des entretiens à long terme, qui reste une opportunité. Parce que de plus en plus sur certaines routes, il y a aussi, comme je l'ai indiqué tout à l'heure, des méthodes technologiques qu'on met sur les routes pour essayer de réduire les embouteillages, et tout ceci permet d'entretenir aussi les infrastructures. Donc, pour ce qui concerne les infrastructures routières, il faut noter que le gouvernement, comme je l'ai indiqué, s'appuie en Côte d'Ivoire, hein, pour le cas de la Côte d'Ivoire, s'appuie spécifiquement sur le partenariat public-privé. Le gouvernement crée le cadre institutionnel et associe le secteur privé dans le cadre de la prise en compte de l'entretien de ces infrastructures routières. Donc, dans un premier temps, pour ne pas être trop dispersé, pour ce qui concerne les routes, comme la question qui m'a été posée porte initialement sur l'entretien routier, Donc, voilà un peu pour ce qui concerne la Côte d'Ivoire, le cadre, comme je l'ai indiqué, le cadre institutionnel, il y a le partenariat public-privé et pour cela, il y a un comité qui s'est mis en place qui suit tout ce qui est infrastructure routière. Donc, je voudrais une fois encore remercier les organisateurs et je reste disponible pour d'éventuels compléments à la question de la mobilisation des ressources pour l'entretien des infrastructures routières en Côte d'Ivoire. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kwa, pour ce partage de riches expériences en matière de financement, mais également de maintenance des infrastructures routières en Côte d'Ivoire. Et c'est très intéressant l'emphase que vous avez donnée dans votre intervention sur le cadre institutionnel qui positionne le partenariat public-privé vraiment au centre de la politique d'investissement public en Côte d'Ivoire, politique d'investissement en matière d'infrastructure en Côte d'Ivoire, et le rôle du Comité national de pilotage de PPP, qui, je crois, joue un rôle très, très, très important. Alors, je remercie en tout cas les panélistes pour ce riche partage d'expérience. Nous allons poursuivre la conversation et nous allons donner l'opportunité au public de partager, de pouvoir soumettre quelques questions aux membres du panel. Alors, je vais essayer de les parcourir par là. Je crois que, Jane, I hope we still have a bit of time to take questions from participants to the panel, to the discussion.
Yes, someone we do. We have about 30 minutes.
Excellent. So
thank you.
We should be able to take at least 2 or 3 questions. So let's start with, let me try to take all the questions here from my, okay. So a first question from Jindra Sekan. So let me read the question immediately. Often locally designed and locally sustainable interventions last, but the funding from NDBs isn't disaggregated enough to get to them. How will AfDB address this? So locally designed and locally sustainable interventions last, but funding from MD isn't disaggregated enough to get to them. I'm not sure I fully understand this question, but I suppose it touches on financing from MDBs. And the critical question I think raised by my colleague Karen when she made the introduction is development partners are not there to sustain the financing independently. So there's a question of sustainability. But let me go to a next question, perhaps. Further national statistics office are often underfunded, but could be a vital link to M&E data on sustainability, as would be local info lines between communities and administrations, leading to the funders and national purse holders. It's a very, very complex question. Do you agree? Who else are the actionable knowledge links? Could you perhaps share, and let me perhaps start with Mrs. Kwanzaa, your experience on M&E and drawing all the knowledge and in terms of sustainability of infrastructure. How do you link up with the whole knowledge data that is available to be able to strengthen sustainability of infrastructure?
Thank you very much. For us in Ghana, the interesting thing is that we have a National Development Planning Commission that the Constitution set up. And as part of their mandate, they are supposed to also look at the whole national M&E that is monitoring and evaluation, because they help set the medium to long-term development plans. They also work with the various sectors to help them develop their sector plans. And as part of their mandate, we are also supposed to have provide information to them. And so they also do the monitoring with the sectors. But apart from that, one interesting thing that we did, that was, I think, about 2 or 3 years ago, we set up a monitoring and evaluation ministry. It's like it's under the office of the president, you get me? So that they will be able to work with all the various M&E departments in the various ministries, so that we'll be able to collect that information. So it's true that I think when it comes to the infrastructure side, we have a whole infrastructure, right? We have a whole infrastructure. So we have the NDPC, we have the sector ministry, and then we also have the M&E ministry that is helping with the collation. And that plan that we have is always been updated. It's always been updated. So at every time, in terms of under the road ministry or the transport ministry, they know where the gaps are, they know where they have gotten to, and they know where they have to move next. So there is some monitoring and evaluation there. But when I was preparing my notes, what I indicated was that we really, as AfDB, we really need to enhance, our whole M&E, not only to the national development planning, but then for our national statistics department. I mean, we have Ghana Statistical Department, which is close to us. It's under the Ministry of Finance. So the question I always ask is that, apart from the studies and all the statistics they are collecting, though NDPC by constitution have been mandated, how do we get our National Statistics Department to also have this information? So it's something that I think we can explore with African Development Bank. Maybe for National Statistics to collect it, but for us currently under our constitution by law is the National Development Planning Commission that does that work. So that is what I want to see, which they are doing anyway very well. Yes, but at least there should be some sharing so that they can also, there should be some sharing of information, etc., so that they can also be releasing such information. But by law, it's our National Development Planning Commission that does that. Thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent, Mr. Kwame. Thank you very much. And I can assure you that you are singing to the choir when you say that we should be strengthening the M&E function. I'm sure everybody will agree. Everybody in this room will agree. Let me take the next question from Mr. Sahawal Alidu. So let me read the question. Do infrastructure maintenance agencies invest the money they collect like pension funds do? This might be an option to help them generate more resources to face increasing maintenance costs. Peut-être je vais me tourner vers Monsieur Croix, qui nous a parlé tout à l'heure du fonds d'entretien routier. Et la question spécifique de Monsieur Sahawal Alidou, est-ce que les ressources qui sont générées par le fonds d'entretien routier, est-ce qu'ils sont investis un peu comme les fonds de pension afin de pouvoir assurer la soutenabilité financière, la durabilité financière du fonds dans le cadre de sa mission d'entretien donc des infrastructures routières en Côte d'Ivoire? À vous, Monsieur Croix, s'il vous plaît.
OK, merci beaucoup. Comme je l'ai indiqué tout à l'heure, la dame du Ghana vient de l'évoquer. Les questions d'évaluation sont tellement importantes. La Côte d'Ivoire, au risque de me répéter, en 2022, la ministre du Plan, Madame Kabaniale, a fait voter une loi sur l'évaluation des politiques publiques. Et cette loi, quand elle a été votée, elle va passer à l'application maintenant. Maintenant, pour ce qui concerne le fonds d'entretien routier, comme son nom l'indique, les investissements ont un coût. Quand les bailleurs financent les investissements, il y a un moment où le coût, enfin, le bailleur arrête parce que le projet est fini. On a fini de réaliser le pont. Et comment faire pour entretenir ce pont qui a été, ou une route qui a été créée ou financée, soit à crédit ou en fait cofinancée ou financée par l'État. Toujours est-il que peu importe le financement, cette infrastructure a besoin de vivre. Et pour pouvoir faire vivre l'infrastructure, comme je l'ai indiqué, il y a un cadre national, on a créé un fonds d'entretien routier. Ce fonds, il requiert des ressources et ces ressources servent à entretenir, comme son nom l'indique, fonds d'entretien routier. Ces ressources servent à entretenir les infrastructures routières. Donc, pour ce qui concerne la Côte d'Ivoire, vraiment, c'est très important pour nous de noter que ce fonds aide beaucoup la Côte d'Ivoire dans la pérennisation des infrastructures que vous voyez qui se réalisent partout sur l'étendue du territoire. Donc, comme je le dis, ce fonds sert on injecte les ressources de ce fonds-là dans l'entretien de ces infrastructures-là. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je voulais dire par rapport à la question qui m'a été posée. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Croix. Et en effet, il y a une très, très riche expérience sur le continent de fonds d'entretien routier qui traverse de nombreuses difficultés, hein, parce qu'il est souvent difficile d'assurer la pérennité de ce fonds, d'assurer que les fonds sont effectivement utilisés, les fonds collectés sont effectivement utilisés pour leur mission principale et ne sont pas utilisés à d'autres fins. Donc, c'est une expérience assez intéressante de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et en fait, la question spécifique, c'était est-ce que les ressources sont en même temps également investies dans des fonds de rendement, comme les fonds de pension, afin de pouvoir renforcer donc la soutenabilité. Mais merci beaucoup pour ce partage. There's a specific question on domestic resource mobilization, on how this is contributing to strengthening financial sustainability of infrastructure, more broadly on sustainable development, but more specifically on strengthening financial sustainability of infrastructure. Mr. Gedefa, would you like to share Ethiopia's experience in the area of leveraging domestic resource mobilization in strengthening infrastructure development, but also infrastructure maintenance and sustainability in the context of perhaps the water sector, but other sectors as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe domestic resource mobilization is basic for sustainability of infrastructure. Because of the trend, most of our projects is financed from the development source from the development partners, from the banks, and also from the bilaterals. So most of the financing is just for the investment. So it doesn't include the life cycle and also even at the design stage, because sustainability starts at the concept and the design time, not just we say the post-construction issue, but it is the issue starts at the formulation of any projects, any development project. So because of this, I believe domestic resource mobilization, which our policy also supports, our policies, as I said, is a full cost recovery for urban setting and operation, the maintenance cost recovery for a rural setting in terms of wash service, especially for water supply. So to support this, the ministry developed, of course, organized a fund, water development fund, which is mobilizing funds and giving a loan to the utilities based on some interest and also grace period with 2025 repayments time. So this the utilities are currently using more than 110 utilities are in this program. So some are already started repayment. So the revolving fund will support also other utilities to get loan for the investment, especially for project implementation. So there is also support for small trades funds for expansion and also rehabilitation of projects. So I believe, as I said, domestic resource mobilization, revolving fund is very important. And also self-financing. Some of our utilities start to finance their projects, especially those who are well organized, those who are have a capacity, especially in terms of the challenge is the capacity of the utility in terms of the logistic and the manpower is an issue. Some utilities already started to finance their projects by also by generating additional activities, like by working for as a contractor or as a consultant. So they are generating additional fund in addition to the tariff, the payment they collect from the beneficiary. So domestic mobilization is also a part of our WASH financing strategy. And also because mostly we rely on the concessional loans or the grant from the government. So I think it is a time to also go for knocking the door of banks, the commercial banks, even because it is difficult to cope with the supply and the demand, especially with the supply, with the demand. The demand is very high. The population growth is pushing, and also most of the infrastructure, old infrastructure, is deteriorating. So it need a replacement, expansion, new schemes. So I think the usual trend should be changed to make the universal access for WASH. We have to knock every door for especially the domestic level. The second one is maybe what I want to add is on the sustainability of financing, especially for the operation, the maintenance. Any project should include post-construction component as one component during the project implementation, because the capacity building, the setup of management system and M&D system is also should start at the start of the project. And the management is one of the issues we have, which we currently legalizing the WASH committees, legalizing the committees and also rural utilities like multi-village water supply. We are establishing rural utilities like urban utility, and for the small on-site schemes, we have WASH costs. So I think if we improve the management, the sustainability of our infrastructure will be also good. So that is my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think beyond domestic resource mobilization, you're making a very, very important point about making sure building in the factors for sustainability from project design, particularly you mentioned the post-construction cost to be built into the design of the project from the onset to be able to address it. Excellent point that you've just made. So I have an interesting question, I think, and it speaks to the point I think Mrs. Kwanzaa made earlier regarding compensation. And this is a question from Mr. Jérémy Adomarou. So let me read the question. It's in French. L'indemnisation retarde des projets et même fait que certains projets n'aboutissent pas. Dans les pays africains, ne pouvons-nous pas mettre les indemnisations après la réalisation du projet? That's an interesting proposal from Mr. Adomarou. Let me turn to perhaps Mrs. Kwanzaa, because she had, this is a point that she made earlier about the escalation of project cost and project delays as a result of compensation. Compensation is something that for the African Development Bank is very, very important. We want to make sure that people affected by development interventions are properly, adequately compensated before the project is implemented, not afterwards, not 5 or 10 years later. So timely compensation of people affected by development interventions. But there are obviously challenges associated with that commitment that we share with our regional member countries. And Mrs. Kwanzaa made specific reference to these long delays and and additional costs associated with that. Mrs. Kwanzaa, would you like to come back to this and perhaps share a bit more of that experience in Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's why I raised it. It's an interesting question, and I think I agree with him that after paying the compensation as recipient countries, what else can we do? You get me? So, and that is why I like what Mr. Tamiru mentioned about the DRM, you see, because we use our domestic resource mobilization to pay for this compensation. I recall in the past, I think, and I agree the African Development Bank and other development partners have done well. In the past, you insist that we pay the compensation before your contribution comes. But then I think you've also appreciated that countries face challenges. So we are able to pay this compensation over a period of time. But you also ensure that we complete the compensation before you complete the project. So that is why in my submission, I'm saying that let's all start thinking of other innovative means of financing that, so that it doesn't delay the project. Because the typical example I gave is, if you, assuming you have 15 road projects or 15 infrastructure projects that you are supposed to, in a year or two, pay compensation, what percentage of your budget will you allocate for this payment of compensation, whilst you have our development partners, we have our development partners also paying for the other costs? I believe we should sit down and find, since you AfDB and other MDBs, you assisted us in paying over a period of time, looking at where the world is going and all the poly-crisis we are having, I think we should sit down again, you get me, and see what other ways can we use. We want to pay. We all agree that once you are, it's an agreed thing. So we want to pay, but it's because of the budget constraints. So we want to sit down with you again, or if African Development Bank can have some studies done to see other ways that we can use in paying the compensation, so that we don't delay the projects. You see, because when we delay it escalates the cost. And at the end of the day, the financial sustainability is also compromised. You get me? Because you may have communities waiting forever that this road project will be, so that they can also start economic activities, either along the road or other programs that may come on. We don't finish the project, also doesn't and it comes with other challenges. So it's something that our bank, African Development Bank, let's sit down and look at it again, because of the poly-crisis your countries are facing, and let's see what we want to pay, but help us to address it, because maybe you can do a study to look at how much of compensation, what contributes or what constitutes compensation various countries pay for infrastructure projects vis-a-vis their statutory payments and their discretionary budget, the social sector budget, etc. And maybe based on that, we can come out with, you may realize that it's a strain, and we should find ways of handling, not only for African Development Bank, but look for the ones other partners, other development partners are supporting, that we have to pay. I believe we should find ways, but we want to pay, and I think it's an important one. And apart from that, what we are doing is, you know that because of challenges with financing, you may have earmarked projects, and you have earmarked project sites, and at times, you know, you have challenges of people taking some parts of government land, etc. And you realize these are some of the challenges that bring about you feel legally taking government land, and you want me to compensate you to move out of the land. I think we should start looking at some of these conversations. You get me? This is government land that has been earmarked, and then you illegally take, and then I have to compensate you to move from I have to compensate you for your illegality. I think it's something that we should get our lawyers, and we should start looking at it. Yes, we understand the environmental and social safety considerations, but you've illegally taken my land, and I have to compensate you to leave my land. I believe we should start looking at this very carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kwanzaa. And I think I'd like, because this is an excellent question from Mr. Adomau, I think I'd like to give the opportunity to other members of the panel to also share their experience on this critical issue about compensation of PAPs. Because I can see, even from your body language, Mr. Gedefa and Mr. Grohl, I can see that you can relate to some of the issues and challenges that Mrs. Kwanzaa was mentioning. Je vais peut-être commencer par Monsieur Firmin Croix sur cette question vraiment qui est assez qui est au centre des préoccupations en matière de développement des infrastructures sur notre continent, qui a été soulevée par Monsieur Ademaou. Excellente question. il faut qu'on trouve en effet des solutions innovantes pour répondre pour pouvoir prendre en charge la compensation des personnes affectées par les interventions de manière efficiente, de manière équitable, mais sans entraver la bonne conduite de la mise en œuvre de ces infrastructures d'une manière efficiente, rapide et à des coûts qui sont raisonnables et d'une façon qui soit équitable. Monsieur Croix, à vous peut-être d'abord sur cette expérience, je suis sûr, très riche en Côte d'Ivoire au vu des infrastructures routières que nous avons ici à Abidjan. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je voulais remercier Madame Yvonne parce qu'elle a soulevé une question qui est assez importante, une question qui est très préoccupante en ce qui concerne les dédommagements. Vous voyez, en Côte d'Ivoire, comme vous venez de le souligner, il y a beaucoup d'infrastructures. Et avant la conception de ces infrastructures, les populations sont installées à Abidjan. Et quand on dit, par exemple, qu'un projet doit passer sur tel axe, mais il faut déplacer ou dédommager ces populations, les déplacer pour qu'on puisse concevoir ou construire l'infrastructure. Mais le problème qui se pose souvent, je crois qu'il y a des exemples comme ça, où on a déplacé récemment le 4e pont que nous sommes en train d'établir là, on a déplacé des populations, on a construit l'infrastructure, mais là où on a logé ces populations, parce que ces populations-là, initialement, avaient des activités génératrices de revenus. Donc, pour concevoir un projet, on trouve que c'est un obstacle, on déplace les populations. Mais quand vous déplacez ces populations-là et que vous ne créez pas des cadres économiques ou des activités génératrices pour ces revenus et pour ces populations, vous convenez avec moi que ces populations vont revenir se réinstaller là où l'infrastructure doit passer. Donc ça, c'est un problème qui est très, très important en Côte d'Ivoire. Et par moments, les gens se plaignent, oui, on a dédommagé les populations, mais après, ils sont revenus s'installer. Tout ça, je pense que la banque qui soutient, la Banque africaine de développement, qui soutient et aide beaucoup les pays africains, devait, dans la conception des projets-là, intégrer à créer des activités génératrices de revenus là où on installe les populations que vous déplacez. Sinon, si on ne fait pas ça, ces populations-là vont revenir chaque fois que vous allez faire une infrastructure et constituer un danger pour cette infrastructure-là. Parce qu'elles vont venir s'installer encore autour. L'infrastructure ne pourra pas, l'objectif de peut-être libérer, réduire les embouteillages, on ne va pas atteindre cet objectif-là. Donc, pour ma part, je pense que la banque devait revoir dans la conception des projets orientés, c'est-à-dire doit faire des projets orientés vers les recettes. Construire des infrastructures orientées vers les recettes. Quand vous déplacez, le gouvernement dit, bon, c'est le gouvernement qui doit dédommager. Le gouvernement va dédommager, c'est vrai. Et surtout que l'épargne locale, elle est faible. On voit les budgets, comme Mme Yvonne l'a indiqué tout à l'heure, nos budgets sont très souvent déficitaires. Et quand on va dédommager ces populations-là, et que la banque ou le partenaire va aider à construire, et que ces populations reviennent, il faut encore dédommager alors que nos budgets ne suffisent pas. Donc, je pense pour ma part que la banque devait réfléchir dans la conception des projets, au lieu qu'on déplace les populations sans leur permettre d'avoir accès ou d'avoir leur activité qu'elles avaient initialement. Dans la conception, il faut voir des projets maintenant orientés vers la mobilisation de recettes. Il y a aussi l'autre aspect, il y a ce qu'on appelle le développement de zones économiques spéciales. Quand vous avez fait une autoroute, on a construit une autoroute. Et l'autoroute, initialement, la voie initialement passait dans des villes. Et donc, les populations gravitaient, puisque les usagers qui passent là, les dames venaient vendre du pain, venaient des activités, et qu'on dit, bon, l'autoroute ne passe plus dans la ville. L'autoroute va passer à 2 ou 3 kilomètres de la ville. Il faut que la banque réfléchisse dans quelle mesure on peut créer des zones économiques spéciales aux alentours de ces infrastructures-là pour que ces populations-là continuent de vivre quand elles étaient avant la création de ces infrastructures-là. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je voulais ajouter sur ce que Madame Yvonne a indiqué tout à l'heure. Il est important, les questions de dédommagement, ça a toujours été un problème. Et souvent, ça fait traîner les projets. Ces mêmes projets qui devaient permettre aux populations d'avoir un accès libre. Le fait de dédommagement ou la question de dédommagement, quand ces questions sont mal faites, ça réduit le projet et ça encore constitue un obstacle pour le bon fonctionnement de l'infrastructure qui a été créée. Donc, voilà ce que je voulais ajouter sur ce que Mme Yvonne a indiqué tout à l'heure concernant les dédommagements des projets. Merci.
Excellente suggestion, excellente intervention, M. Croix, qui nous permet vraiment de trouver des pistes intéressantes en matière de soutenabilité des projets, en s'assurant que les personnes qui ont été affectées arrivent à trouver d'autres sources de revenus et de subsistance au-delà de la vie du projet. Mr. Gedefa, would you like to weigh in as well? I'm sure the water sector in Ethiopia is also confronted with the same issue, the same challenge. Would you like to share a bit your perspective on this?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is very sensitive topic, which we challenged in the, especially in development projects. In our case in Ethiopia, it says that before starting any development project, our environment, especially the environment law, says that any right of issues and related social and environment issue should be cleared 1 year before start of the project. This is on the paper, of course. The issue is actually this will not be in action. Most of the time, our project is delayed because of the right-of-way issues. So in specific to water wash program, wash projects, we divide it into two, the large schemes and the small schemes. Especially the small scheme is mostly the beneficiary are especially on-site schemes. We didn't face any challenges for the hand pumps and spring for those schemes, but mostly for the big schemes like for water supply for urban, multi-village water scheme for rural areas, we face challenges. In principle, as a sector, we don't pay a compensation at the federal level. We have agreement with a regional or the beneficiaries. We say agreement, we sign agreement, MOU, that the local government will responsible for compensation based on the local or the regional law. There is a constitution, each region have a constitution, each region have a law for the, which is the law for the compensation. So compensation is based on the law. So mostly the federal government is not to pay any compensation like as we don't pay from the development partners, fund from the development partners. The local government will compensate, especially the utilities will pay for that. But actually this delay a project is, so my suggestion is, especially for the big project is, it should be a part of appraisal. And also, of course, not only the appraisal, starting from the project identification and also project formulation, we have to consider this issue. This is one. Finally, before we proceed to any investment or any construction, we have to clearly appraise against this issue, because the trend is mostly we are running for the construction. So after we enter to the construction, there are many issues in terms of cash, and also some request replacement of land. For example, if it's a land replacement of land, so that is some of the issues. But in Ethiopia, land is the landowner is both the government and the citizens. So I think in some of the cases we may not face as such challenges, because it's not a private land, is solely not a private property. So there is a property of government and also individual. So in this case, we didn't face a big challenge, but especially on road sector, what I have information from the news and also from other colleagues, is a challenge because it's not only the issue of just affected people, but also relate to the environment and also other social, cultural related issues. So in WASH, we as a federal government, we have agreement with the regional government or the beneficiaries, they have to pay. So because they apply, when they apply for the fund, they know this compensation is not covered by the federal. But actually, the issue is there. It delays project, I agree, but we have to do some exercise before starting any project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gedefa, which shows the richness of the diversity of the experience in this area. And thank you also for reminding us the best practices in terms of how to address compensation of people affected by development interventions. We are running a bit out of time, so I'd like to just give the opportunity as a last question to the panel, the opportunity to my colleague Samson, who's happens to be in the IDEV office room that I see on the screen. Who has a question for the panel, and this will be the last question before we close. Thank you. Samson, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Armand. And thank you very much to the panelists. And I think this is a very important issue, this issue of compensation. And I know that recently the bank did finance compensation in few countries, but on case-by-case basis. But again, the challenge for the bank is how to make sure that the bank does not get into a risky activities. As you know, in most of our countries, the land market is not really under control. And usually when there is a compensation, it's an opportunity for people to make money, and usually the land prices increase. So in your countries, how can you make sure that if the bank if the bank commit to finance compensation, the bank will not get into the situation where the budgets allocated for the compensation will keep increasing because of the increase of the land prices. I think we have many examples in some countries. I don't want to give the name of countries, but we are currently conducting an evaluation on counterpart funding, and this is one of the issues that we have been discussing with people in the regional member countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samson, and really just emphasizing how critical this issue is. Merci beaucoup à Monsieur Adomao qui a soulevé peut-être la question, l'éléphant rose dans la salle. C'est vraiment une question qui préoccupe tous les participants à ce panel et donc qui est très pertinent. Mrs. Kwanzaa, would you like to, in response to Samson's comments, would you like to respond a bit as a some last final
I agree
comments?
with something. I agree with something on
Yeah.
what he said, because like you know, Tamir was saying that it should be part of appraisal, right?
Yes. As
so
best practices.
Yes, it should be part of the appraisal. And so if from beginning, when the project is being appraised, you know, you really need to set a cutoff date. That is the issue. AfDB, something. If you set a cutoff date and the time you did the appraisal and it's completed, and we know the people who will be affected, it then helps with the payment of compensation. You know, right now, all countries, we are going digital. Ghana, we have the Ghana card, isn't it? So if the time you're doing this is just what is coming, but I think we can be looking at it. So if the time that is being appraised and we have the list, they have their digital cards and etc. It makes it better for us to then pay the compensation, because we then agree that at the time of appraisal, this were the people that will be affected, because we all know that once they have an idea that there's going to be some form of compensation, etc., by the time you realize additional people would have joined. But I think we should start going digital with those who were really affected at the time of appraisal, and I believe it will help all of us. It will. So these are some of the ideas, but like he said, we can be looking at, we are all going digital now, and so it will help, so that those who even left at that time, at least you have some good idea of how, yeah. But those are some of the ideas that I just brought, because it's more of like, once they hear that the population will increase within that enclave, and it didn't, but we should go digital on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kwanzaa, and I think we'll end this very interesting conversation on this note, and I think I would like to first thank the members of this panel, this brilliant panel, but that really took the time to share with us the very rich set of experience and the challenges they experience in improving sustainability of development interventions in their own area, the road infrastructure in Côte d'Ivoire, the water sector projects, and the WASH strategy in Ethiopia, the very rich experience in Ghana as well. Thank you very much for your time and for the rich experience that you have shared today. I'd like also to thank the participants to this webinar. I've seen a very rich set of comments and exchanges on the chat box. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pick up all the questions that were raised, but we will be able to follow up through the proper channels on these questions and exchanges. So thank you very much, all of you, for your participation to this conversation. Jane, over to you, please.
Thank you, Amon. I see one hand raised from one of your panelists. Maybe we can give him a minute. That is Dr. Kwa Fama. I think he has a comment to make. Go ahead.
Oui, oui, je voulais faire un petit commentaire sur la préoccupation de votre collègue de la BAD et dire que pour ce qui concerne la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a une structure que l'État a mise en place qu'on appelle l'AFOR. Parce que comme il a indiqué, les questions de terre ou de dédommagement passent d'abord par l'immatriculation des terres. Quand vous prenez des localités à l'intérieur dans un village et qu'une infrastructure doit passer par là, il faut bien qu'on sache, comme Madame Yvonne l'a indiqué, qui doit être dédommagé, qui est le véritable, la véritable personne qui doit peut-être recevoir le dédommagement. Donc, ceci part d'abord du cadre institutionnel. Donc, l'AFOR est une structure étatique qui essaie de donner l'immatriculation des terres aux populations afin que ces populations ayant des droits de propriété, quand on sait qu'une infrastructure doit passer dans une localité, on connaît le vrai propriétaire. Et en ce moment-là, les questions de entendre que les gens doivent être dédommagés, une population qui était initialement à 5, et quand on sait qu'une infrastructure doit passer par là, bon, un matin, on se réveille, vous retrouvez 1000 personnes. Du coup, on ne sait pas qui est le vrai détenteur de l'accès. Donc, c'est important que le cadre institutionnel là précise ou crée cette situation pour éviter le désordre, éviter le surcoût de l'investissement et après, ça devient difficile pour la partie État de respecter ces engagements-là. Donc, c'est cet élément-là que je voulais partager avec vous. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kwak. Je crois que c'est un point extrêmement important de renforcer donc le cadre institutionnel pour justement éviter tous les abus qui peuvent être liés à la question des compensations, tout l'accompagnement qui doit se faire en amont pour s'assurer que le processus soit aussi transparent, aussi équitable que possible et suivre toutes les procédures en la matière. Donc, merci beaucoup pour cette contribution. Voilà, donc je vous remercie encore une fois donc pour votre participation à ce panel qui a été très riche en échanges et d'expériences. Merci beaucoup et je vois que nous avons également eu une très riche participation. Je vois 113 participants à cette conversation qui reflète, je crois, tout l'intérêt qui est porté à ce sujet qui est la soutenabilité financière des interventions de développement. Donc, merci encore beaucoup pour cette participation, cette conversation très intéressante. Jane, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Amon, and all the panelists. What a rich discussion. Thank you, Madam Yvonne Kwase, Mr. Tameru Gedefa, and Dr. Kwa Fame. For your insights, your experiences, and thank you to the participants for your comments and questions. I think I'll do an injustice if I try to summarize the panel discussion. But if I was to do a word cloud, there are keywords that would come out from this conversation. I see collaboration, I see co-financing, I see community engagement, I see ownership, cost recovery, I see visibility study, M&E, I see SMEs, I see PPP, infrastructure development, National Planning Commission, and of course, the issue of compensation just took a life of its own. So thank you so much for this panel discussion. Now we move to the next section of our program. We'll have a 15-minute coffee break. So please grab your coffee or tea and enjoy a short video that we have prepared in collaboration with our communications department. So it's showcasing the evaluation of the bank 10-year strategy, 2013 to 2022, and also highlighting some of the few bank infrastructure projects, access to energy in Kenya and Togo, and one border post in Malawi and Zambia. So please don't go away. We'll return in 15 minutes. Enjoy your coffee and the video.
The African Development Bank Group is embarking on a new 10-year strategy to meet the continent's evolving development needs. IDEV has evaluated the strategy over the last decade, 2013 to 2022. How well did the bank succeed in positioning itself at the centre of Africa's transformation and contributing to improving the quality of Africa's growth? And what did IDEV recommend for the new strategy? Evaluation evidence has confirmed that the bank is seen as a trusted partner and has moved closer to its clients through its decentralization efforts. The 10-year strategy was found to be relevant to the needs of African countries and has adapted well over time to emerging development challenges. And it was coherent with external strategies such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063. The quality and performance of the bank's operations improved significantly in the latter half of the period covered by the strategy. Financial support was strong, and additional resources were leveraged through partnerships, positively impacting development outcomes in African countries. But there is room for improvement. The bank spread its commitments widely. Financing choices over the decade were not clearly aligned to the 10-year strategy objectives and priorities. The new strategy should be underpinned by a sound analysis of the African context and the bank's comparative advantage, and integrate a mechanism to review the strategy that allows for amendments. IDEV recommendation for the bank's portfolio. Stay focused on strategy commitments. The new 10-year strategy should have a cascading effect on its future financing choices. IDEV recommendation for measuring the bank's impact. Align the 10-year strategy with the results measurement framework and coordinate tracking and reporting across the bank.
Everybody in Kenya needs electricity, and they should have electricity because you can just get in, turn it, and the life goes on. So if everybody can have electricity, you can start in Juakali, you can start some small business, and then the life goes on.
Providing electricity to rural and low-income populations is often the hardest part of ensuring universal access to electricity.
Before, when we had no electricity, the life was difficult. We could see the line passing nearby, but you cannot access it because we cannot afford transformer. So we were using generators, which use petrol, and it is expensive. So we cannot do much with it. Here, in the farm, I was using pulley. Now I'm using electricity. I have submersible pump here. I can pump, I can grow whatever I want. I can irrigate when I want, and I can do it alone.
As lack of electricity is a major hindrance to steady socio-economic development, Kenya is working to provide the benefits of electricity to all its citizens through the Last Mile Connectivity Project, which is now in its second phase.
The objective of the Last Mile Connectivity Project is to support the government of Kenya initiative of increasing access to electricity in the rural areas to benefit the low-income earners. We are now at 80% connectivity, and in the next 5 years, with this kind of arrangement from the government and the financing partners, we are aiming at achieving universal access in the next 5 years.
The African Development Bank is supporting this project with $135 million, which will benefit some of the most vulnerable populations throughout the country. 12,000 kilometers of low-voltage distribution lines are being built that will connect about 1.5 million people who live within 600 meters of an existing transformer.
Because of the last mile connectivity project, they brought us electricity, and I was able to start the business running. When a customer comes here, we cut his hair, we make sure that he's smart. If another customer comes, he can just sit and watch TV while waiting. Everybody is entertained and they're happy. I can pay for my children's school fees. I can even keep money for future use. Even for health programs, I am set.
Business owners like Joel are among the 15,000 commercial customers whose businesses are now connected to electricity with huge benefits and possibilities for investment.
I took my son for a training. He's been trained, he's a DJ, a disc jockey, and we are trying to save some money to buy all the equipment he needs. Because of the electricity, now my son can practice at home. Even somebody will think that I have a nightclub. Now my life is changed. We have new projects you can do with electricity. In fact, I'm planning also to open up a welding shop to make sure that the income also is coming in.
Overall, 300,000 new electric meters have been installed, increasing national coverage in Kenya by almost 5% in 4 years.
See this land. I can plant more, take it to the market more, and earn more. Because I'm doing well now on the farming, using electricity, the little I shall save, I want to see how I can make a good house. I'm expecting, and I think one day, every Kenyan will have electricity. Because that is the way. Because without electricity, you are still in darkness.
Le Togo se met au vert pour le bonheur des populations les plus vulnérables grâce au projet Pravos, le projet d'appui au volet social du programme CISO d'électrification rurale du Togo. De 2019 à 2023, ce projet a permis à environ 500 localités d'accéder à plusieurs services d'énergie renouvelable. C'est au total 314 centres de santé et environ 2000 ménages électrifiés, 122 centres de santé équipés en chauffe-eau solaire, 400 adductions d'eau potable et 600 pompes d'irrigation. Ainsi, plusieurs milliers de Togolais ont pu voir leurs conditions de vie s'améliorer.
Avant, nous faisons les accouchements dans la nuit avec les torches qui ne tiennent pas et avec les bougies. Les seins et les nuits, ça se passe correctement maintenant.
Nous tenons le portable à la bouche pour faire les accouchements et tout. Mais avec ça, maintenant, c'est bon. C'est simple, c'est pratique.
Ça aide surtout les femmes accouchées à ne plus faire de déplacement pour aller à la maison pour prendre de l'eau chaude. Cette installation aussi réduit au centre les infections nosocomiales.
Que les gens transportent de l'eau chaude de là-bas jusqu'au CMS, c'est difficile. C'est comme on a maintenant de l'eau en place et de l'eau chaude en plus. Ça motive certaines qui ne devraient pas venir accoucher ici, qui viennent accoucher.
Tout d'abord, c'est s'il y a de l'eau chaude disponible. Donc c'est ce matin, je suis allée pour me coucher et j'ai constaté qu'il y avait c'est l'eau chaude qui sort.
name is Veronica Moyo. I live in Malawi. I do business for a living, selling soft drinks. I always buy my goods from Zambia. When I reach the border, I offload my goods. Then the custom people come and count all the goods. They made their calculations and give me the figure and I pay. After the customs checked my goods, I packed in another truck to carry my goods to Blantyre. I have been in this business for over 5 years. Before this border, we were experiencing a lot of problems.
Initially, we had a border station. The travelers or the cargo would stop twice, stopping in Malawi and as well as in Zambia. All the agencies were scattered. It was really a challenge. Between Malawi and Zambia, there was an agreement to come up with a one-stop border post. The travelers now are stopping only on one side, so that has reduced the time taken at the border. We have passengers directed to their own building, we have cargo directed to their own building, and we have the pedestrian crossing. Our service delivery has really improved with the facility because we have the infrastructure that is assisting us to operate very well. I love my job. It adds value to the economic development of the country. Once a customer comes out of my office satisfied, I know that I've done my work.
This border is helping us a lot. I can see that because of this border, my business can grow bigger. I can reach where I did not reach before.
Okay, so welcome back to the second part of our program. Thank you once again to the IDEV team and the communications department for that video showcasing the bank's 10-year strategy evaluation 2013 to 2022 and the 3 bank infrastructure projects in Kenya, Togo, and the border crossing of Zambia and Malawi. So our second presentation is on the success story of mainstreaming green growth and climate change into the AfDB's interventions. So looking at energy and transport. I invite Marco Yamaguchi, who is currently the manager of the Transport and Logistics Division at the African Development Bank, developing partnerships with the key market players in the public and private sectors. Before joining the bank, he worked for over 20 years in the field of infrastructure and climate finance, both in public and private sectors. His appointments include developing green finance projects, domestic financing vehicles for organizations, managing private equity funds, and financing infrastructure and renewable energy projects. Welcome, Marco. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon or good morning, colleagues, so where you are. My name is Marco Yamaguchi. I'm a manager for the Transport and the Logistics Division at the bank. So I have 10 minutes to speak about the good sustainability by showcasing what we are doing so far. We are still a learning curve, so we are still doing a lot, as a pilot. But let me share my screen here. How can I?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Hold on a second. Screen share. Okay. How about now?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. So the Africa is vulnerable to the many climate change issue, and compared to the other the part of the globe, in my experience, the natural disaster is a big issue for Africa. So within climate change issue between the mitigation and adaptation, I see that the big feature in Africa is more like adaptation space. Meaning that we need to consider development, how to develop the climate, the resilient infrastructure to develop. As you can see here, there are a lot of the issues happening all day long, everywhere in Africa, such as extreme heating, the coastal erosion, the flooding, the hurricane, the wildfire, et cetera, et cetera. Let me share one of the the interesting the video that we developed that showcase how we are working towards the data climate change.
Dosaf, I believe Marco is trying to show a video. If you can assist, thank you.
I will show it. I will show it from my end.
Okay.
Oh, it's not showing?
Okay.
Okay.
Because of the erratic changes in the climatic conditions, most ports in West Africa have experienced flooding. Ours is peculiar in the sense that it's in an estuary, and we're more prone to climate risks when it comes to sea level rise and increased sedimentation and precipitation. And these are all things that makes the collaboration with GCIP very important so that we can mitigate some of these climate hazards.
Flooding will impact the port equipment, the cargo, and the workers. The port is the economic lifeline of the country. About 80% of cargo coming and going out of the country passes through the port, and this is the only port we have.
The Gambia is below the sea level, especially along the coast, Banjul in particular, and all predictions are that if care is not taken, the Gambia, especially the capital Banjul, will sink in the next 50 years.
And when the port floods, it disrupts the operations. Sometimes we have to stop to allow the water to recede.
The African Development Bank, working with the GCA, created the program called the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, AAP, provided financing support to make the old infrastructure project in Africa more climate resilient. They're giving the support with the GCA to assess how the their infrastructure to make it more climate resilient against the sea level rising or the flood protection, to protect the local community living in the coastal area.
Well, one of the main areas that is also exposed to the sea level rise is the road artery that links the port of Banjul to the distribution areas. There's a project that has already been developed to raise the level of the road and increase the width, and also do some sea defense in terms of reinforcement with the revetment to ensure that the structures are raised to a height that they will be able to withstand the effects of flooding. On the marine side, what is envisaged is the extension of a jetty, an existing jetty, by 345 meters. 15% of the estimated cost has to be added to as mitigation measure to ensure that the structures will withstand any climate hazards that are already identified. Now the scope is to uproot the current pavement, raise it to a level of 1.4 meters with proper drainage and water outflow, so that the terminal should be able to also withstand the effects of flooding.
And that makes me optimistic about the future, because that will address most of the challenges that, in terms of environment, that we anticipate, which can have a devastating impact on the port.
By and large, we're hopeful as a country that with the right investment in the infrastructure that are also climate resilient, the country should be able to achieve the growth forecast that are expected.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me go back to my presentation. So this is the example that we are working, and our mainstreaming, our work on the climate into our the financing activity. Okay. This is a part I mentioned even during the video that can you see my screen?
Marco, kindly put it in the slideshow. Thank you. Click on that one. Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So this was the example, one of the example that we are working on, the particular project, the Port of Banjul in the Gambia. The colleague from the Gambia, the government side said, that we really want to, consider, the climate, the risk assessment as a part of the activity. So I thought that this is a good example that that I share with you guys. This was a part of our activity called the Africa Adaptation, the acceleration, the AAP, the program with the Global Center on Adaptation, which is our strategic partner. And so we have what I want to say that going forward, I just introduced that what we are doing as a program, but the whole point is the today's topic about the success, the secret for the good sustainability to develop the climate resilience infrastructure. I can think of the 8. The point number 1 is the capacity, people's or the skill set or the capacity. Number 2 is the innovative technology to address to the such a climate damage. Number 3 is the private sector engagement for the for the feasibility and the sustainability. Number 4 is the risk assessment, for the meaning like a de-risk, for the private sector to come in. Number 5, the quality project. And the number 6 is financing, particularly concessional financing. That is a key for the develop the climate the project. And the number 7, the large stakeholders engagement, as many as possible, to make a big pie for the sustainability. So these are, and then finally, yes, I should have said first that the policy, enable environment development. That is also very, very important. And we, as a policy bank, we also take that role. So these are 8 very important, combination of all to make the key for the successful the development, the sustainability. So here is different examples. The one is this is undergoing, but it's announced at the COP27 last year by the president, and also we are planning to sign MOU in 2 days' time. I think in the COP28. It's the AGIA, Alliance for the Green Infrastructure, alliance. So we in Africa. So this is the project preparation facility and in the project development facility, and then the partially the funding facility, aiming for to raise 500 million. But the important thing is that, again, this is the facility to develop the quality project, working with Africa 50, African Union, and then we are having the more and more the donors and then the partners to it. And then next one, oops. Okay, so this is that within our department, we do have the one of the trust fund called the UMDF, Urban Municipal Development Fund. This is purely focused on the city development. So this is more like both mitigation and such as energy efficiency, the low carbon transport, and the adaptation, climate resilience infrastructure, particularly focused on the cities. So this is we are using a lot for the enable the market development with the cities and then the urban municipality, the sub-national government and the project preparation. So this is the UMDF that we are using a lot, and then this is the partner with the Green Climate Fund. We are currently under development as a joint facility called the Green Mobility Facility for Africa to promote the low carbon the mobility across the continent. I've been working for almost 3 years already. It takes a long time, but finally we are targeting at the G38, B38. The next year's the maybe second board of the GCF. And also we start the processing internally. Again, this is going to be the joint facility. We are aiming at about 600 million facility with the GCF. To arrange the concessional funding, also some grant facility for the study and then the dissemination, and then the targeting at the 6 country for now. And then again to promote, we have a different 2-3 wheelers, electric the mobility, and also the 4-wheeler, some e-bus project in some countries. And this is focusing on the mobility side. And the next one is also we are just recently probably it's not official, but we are going to get hopefully the board approval very soon. This was nominated as 2024 the strategic the special initiative. We call it the Sustainable Road Maintenance Program for Africa. The ideas came from that, the bank, continue, the World Bank continue, the investing in road development, but we didn't, we didn't use a lot of, effort to the maintenance on an operation side, which is also the big cost for our regional member countries. And also the road condition is very, very vulnerable to the climate damage. And depending on the region, if you look at West Africa and extreme heat, if you look at the south and the east, a lot of flooding, and in the south and the hurricane and the cyclone, so depending on the area, there's a different type of climate, the issues, and then that's the cause of the the jeopardizing of the road quality. So we are come up with working with a different partner like a global the infrastructure hub or the GGGI, etc. We are already starting identifying the unique technology. We call it Infratech to address this type of the climate damage. The damage, but climate, but the climate damage. We identify the different technology to address, so to reduce such the damage, and then to which we invest. So this program is very innovative in terms of the identification of the technology Infratech and to invest, and also we are supporting we are trying to develop the unique business plan, the sustainable financing model, unique to the our selected target country, such as PPP, so that we can help our regional member country to reduce their financial burden, to maintain the road. So this is going to be, I think this is very, very the game changer for the road sector, which is actually a big cause of the CO2 emission every country. So this is, and I expect that this is going to be very, very, the big changer. And then next, in shipping industry or the port industry, we are also developing especially the facility called the Green Shipping and Port Initiative. And then initially for the phase one, we are focusing on Western Central Africa. We are working with we plan to work with the CIF, the Clean Investment Fund under the World Bank Group. They soon develop the industry decarbonization program, and then so we would love to work with them and then to address this the port or the shipping industry to make it green. We would like to develop the kind of the standardization activity by introducing the certificate. And in order to get such a green certificate of the port or the shipping, we would we are going to finance to it. So this is in a combination of the technical assistance and the financing activity to make the the shipping industry more green. So this is one example. And in the rail sector, we are working with the UIC. This is the rail the association, the International Rail Association. We are working with them, and then we are moving the industry from the modal shift from the road to rail. This is more like a mitigation side. But this is also we want to make the transport industry to make the more greener. So we are working from the early stage activity, and then this is more like enable environment. But obviously we are also the due to finance to finance more railway project going forward. So that is another. There are several the donors, the several countries, European countries, who are already interested in supporting this the initiative. And then this is the rail sector and aviation sector also. We are launching the another initiative. We call it the Green Airport and Green Aviation Initiative for Africa. So it's the same as the railway. But we look at the both asset side, which is airport, and also the superstructure, which is aviation space, both to make them the greener. Same as the railway sector, we want to use the some standardization to a kind of certificate to achieve, and we want to help the the airports and the main airports. To make it, for them to get the green certificate for the airport, and in order to do that, we offer the some the assessment to assess the current situation of the airport, and then identify the where is a possible area for the for make it more in the green, such as the boiler, the renewable energy, solar power, the electric buses, etc., etc. I know there are the different area for them to make it green. So we identify, we help them to assess these the areas, and then and after that we want to help them finance to it, and by making the most of the climate facility available, internal facility and an external facility. Another the aviation space. Is the hot topic is SAF, the sustainable aviation fuel. That is still the long way to go, but we are planning to working with several government to do to start the piloting this the SAF the program, and then for the future, and then in going forward, we also want to to change the nature of the fuel to make it to more the sustainable. So that is the aviation space. And then these are the project level activity, the program. And then I mentioned before that at the beginning, the one of the important thing for the sustainability is the people capacity. So that also we already are working on that. And the good example that I wanted to share with you is that the working with the GCA, we already the rolling out this training the program both for the internal the bank staff and also the the external the stakeholders, particularly with the government official. We call it the Climate Resilience Infrastructure PPP in Africa Masterclass. So we did for the PQ staff and then a bank-wide staff. We did this the session for the I think in the last May. We had a very large the attendance that achieved, and then the aim was to build the capacity or the knowledge how to to make the infrastructure project more the climate resilient, and also the more like PPP basis, so that we can consider the such activity more in a sustainable way. So we did already internal. We continue doing so internal one as well. But there are many the demand and interest from the external party, particularly government officials. So we are continue already. We did in Ghana and in other countries. So we continue doing the so from next year. And then several donors already are interested in supporting us for this activity. So we accelerate that the activity training activity for next year as well. The lastly, as I mentioned before, that in one of the key the ingredient for the sustainability is stakeholders engagement. So in order to do that, I mean I call it here the partnership. This is very important. So every occasion we have, we try to disseminate our our seriousness and our commitment to the audience, both the public and private sector, so that we can have a big pie, so that we can to make sure that the good sustainability is going forward. Just some of the example I mentioned here. In the month of September, we participated in Africa's the Climate Week or the Climate Summit in Nairobi. It's a the COP event, and where we had the side event on a sustainable green transport initiative in Africa. That was a very successful event, and then there are so many the audience that participated in the event. And from tomorrow, in fact, I just arrived to the Dubai and to participate in the COP. So for the COP, as a PQ, we are preparing the two side events. The one is the smart logistics into the green supply chain in Africa. I just saw that the video, the coffee break video. That was exactly that we are going to introduce at this side event, but by inviting the Minister Magala from the Mozambique. This side events talk about how we can reduce the bottleneck of the trade inefficiency by developing a smart technology in a border and in a corridor. So one-stop border process, exactly that one we want to showcase or the highlight the importance of it. And in the PQ, and we are very interested in investing, in fact, in the one-stop border post. So this is one of the events that we are doing during the COP. And then the second event is on the right-hand side, and we are featuring the promotion of the inland water transport. Here I said the river transport in Africa. As you know that there are the many the big rivers and the lakes in Africa, which is actually the under the use the method of the transport, which is very common in other parts of the world, like Latin America and the Amazon River, and in Asia, and in China there are so many the water transport is using as a source of the transport, and that is actually the one of the hidden the green transport. So we want to deep dive how we can promote the river or the inland water transport in Africa. So that is also the now we are preparing for it, and then this is just example that this is how that we always to gain the more supporter to our activity, and then for the good sustainability. So we continue be active, the raising our voice, every occasion, this type of, the event, the climate event, etc. And then, we continue doing so. That is our commitment. Okay, so thank you very much. I stop here. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Marco Yamaguchi, for the presentation and also for sharing the success story of the Gambia video, which actually it highlighted some of the elements when we talk of the good sustainability, as you clearly pointed out in your presentation. So it was able to make all those elements, make it real, and visually we were able to see and be able to relate to it. So thank you so much for that. And all the best with your events at COP28. I wish you all the best of luck. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So now we move to the second panel discussion on how do we ensure institutional sustainability and strengthening of capacities in projects and programs. So to help us moderate this discussion, I invite Eric K. Ogunlie. He is also wearing two hats. He's currently the interim director of the African Development Institute and division manager of the Policy Management Division. He was previously the advisor to the vice president and chief economist of the African Development Bank. He has almost 20 years of experience as macroeconomist, development economist, M&E specialist, public governance expert, policy advisor, project and director and manager. Previously, he served as a special assistant to the president of Nigeria and technical advisor to the Minister of Budget and National Planning in Nigeria. So welcome, Eric.
Yes, thank you very much, Jane. Good to have you all here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm in Addis, so I think time here is it's about 3 p.m. So we appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining us. One very interesting thing about this panel discussion is the focus. People always say that capacity is everything. And when we're talking about capacity here, we're talking about individual capacity, organizational capacity, and institutional capacity. You often hear people when they're talking about programs and projects that, do you have the absorptive capacity? Some ask whether you have the carrying capacity to implement certain projects. So that helps us to see, therefore, that capacity, especially institutional capacity, is important to the sustainability of any development program or projects. In fact, we have seen projects and programs rise and fall, succeed and fail, simply because of capacity or lack of thereof. So we'll be focusing, therefore, in this discussion to take a look at what are the role of institutional capacities in the success and failures of programs and projects. We'll also be looking at the roles that different institutions play in the process. Whether you're talking about national institutions, you're talking about development institutions, we have various institutions that have specialized role to play to ensure institutional capacity of programs and projects in regional member countries, especially in African countries. And one focus that we'll also be talking about very much in this discussion is what has worked, what has not worked, and under what circumstances have they worked or not worked. So we'll be appealing so very much to the experiences of the very, very competent panelists that we have to discuss this issue. We have very interesting panelists who will be bringing to bear from various backgrounds and diverse institutions, who will be bringing together their experience to see how we can strengthen institutional capacity to achieve sustainable programs and projects in Africa. First on the panel is Mr. Francois Cornel Kedowide. Mr. Kodewide has more than 30 years of experience in the field of environmental engagement, in monitoring and evaluation of projects and programs, as well as public policies. He currently serves as the Director General of the Benin Environmental Agency. But before his current role, he was the Regional Advisor in Evaluation and Results-Based Management at the Regional Center of UNDP in Dakar and Addis Ababa. And since 2015, he has also headed the Research and Consultancy Office known as Frank Consult, which specializes in environmental management, monitoring and evaluation of projects and programs, as well as public policies. So Mr. Francois Kodewide, we are very grateful to have you on this panel.
Merci, merci beaucoup. C'est Kedowide.
Kedowide. Okay, I got that. Kedowide. All right. Thank you.
Dans ma langue, Dieu m'a sauvé.
Merci, monsieur. I hope I get it right the next time.
Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Merci à Madame Najat qui m'a contacté pour l'invitation.
Mr.
C'est vraiment un plaisir pour moi de suivre tout cela. De suivre.
Can you hear me?
Oui, je vous entends très bien.
Yeah, please, can you just allow me to introduce all the other panelists so that we know who is on this panel before we go into the discussion? Yes, please. Thank you very much. So the second panelist I have on this discussion is Mr. Tarek Bohlel, who is currently the Director of African Cooperation at the Ministry of Economy and Planning in Tunisia. He's responsible for the financial cooperation with the African Development Bank, Africa 50, Afrexim Bank, AFC, ATIDI, and regional non-governmental organizations. Mr. Bohlel holds the position of Secretary General of the Association of the Civil Servants of the Ministry of Economy and Planning, which was previously known as the Ministry of Development, Investment, and International Cooperation. He also previously held a position as an assistant in the university where he was teaching. So, Mr. Bohlel, we're very happy to have you on this program. Can you hear me? Am I being heard? Monsieur Bohlel, can you hear me? We can hear you.
Je vous entends parfaitement. Il y a eu une petite coupure à la fin. Merci pour la présentation. Merci pour l'invitation.
Excellent. We're happy to have you. We look forward to your wealth of experience. And the next panelist on this is one of our own, an internal colleague within the bank, Pietro Toigo, who has over 20 years of experience in economic and fiscal policy and advisory services and leading programming for private and public sector investment. He's currently the country manager of the African Development Bank in Angola, and his responsibility extends to Sao Tome and Principe. Mr. Toigo was formerly the country manager for the bank in Mozambique. He has also served as chief macroeconomist at the African Natural Resource Center and within the Governance, Economic and Financial Reforms Department. Prior to joining the bank, Mr. Toigo worked for the UK Department of International Development. He also worked for the UK Treasury and in the European Commission's Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs. So, Pietro, you're welcome to this panel.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. Good to have you. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your time. I think a very convenient place to kick off this conversation is to really start to look at the question of what are the key challenges, especially from institutional perspective, that countries face that makes sustainable or sustaining projects and programs are impossible. We know that for several years of investment in capacity building, sector governance remains weak in African countries. And now I want to speak to Mr. Kedowide. You run an institution, an African institution that's been working in specific area and receiving capacity support from different institutions. So what, in your view, are the challenges, and what do you think would be a better model that can be used to build institutional capacity in African countries? Over to you, Monsieur Kedowide.
Merci infiniment. Bonjour, chers collègues. Bonjour à tous les participants. Je ne peux pas donner réponse affirmative ou bien réponse qui soit une réponse qui est valable pour tous les pays. Le renforcement de capacités institutionnelles varie en fonction des pays et en fonction de ce qu'on veut adresser. D'abord, le thème renforcement de capacités, comme je l'ai toujours dit, c'est un fourre-tout. C'est un thème qui n'est pas clair et ça nécessite une certaine clarté pour savoir où on va. Et ce renforcer une capacité, c'est une formation et c'est aider la structure à se doter de décrets, d'arrêtés, de lois. Est-ce que c'est donner des véhicules, donner, etc. Donc, le thème est tellement utilisé, galvaudé dans notre pays que le premier problème pour moi, pour tous les projets qui passent à l'Agence béninoise pour l'environnement, c'est que nous demandons de clarifier qu'est-ce qu'on met dans le renforcement des capacités exactement. Ceci nous permettra d'évaluer, de trouver des indicateurs pour pouvoir évaluer si ce renforcement des capacités a eu lieu ou non. Le défi majeur, ça fait partie des défis que nous rencontrons dans les projets de développement en général, où le mot renforcement des capacités est rapidement trouvé dans les matrices de résultats et on essaie d'essayer de jongler des indicateurs en conséquence. Les indicateurs même ne sont pas très précis. Donc, il faudra, à notre humble avis, que pour la durabilité institutionnelle, bien entendu, il faut des décrets, il faut des arrêtés, il faut des tests, des lois applicables, mais aussi, il faut être très clair sur ce qu'on veut faire. Et c'est parce qu'on n'est pas suffisamment très clair que souvent les projets à 60-70% échouent, puisque on rédige le document de projet sans la participation des populations à la base, sans avoir bien identifié les besoins des populations. Donc, on identifie des projets qui, pour la plupart, passent à côté. Il a de l'argent, on dépense l'argent. Lors de l'évaluation à mi-parcours, évaluation finale, on essaie de trouver quelque chose, mais en définitive, après le financement, le projet ne continue pas. Et ce qu'on a remarqué aussi au niveau du Bénin, au niveau de l'Afrique, parce que j'ai quand même bourlingué un peu partout en Afrique, au sud du Sahara, c'est que tous ces projets de développement qui nous viennent de plusieurs institutions, et quelle que soit la bonne foi des agents de la Banque africaine de développement, de la Banque mondiale ou d'autres banques, etc., sont les projets qui restent au niveau de l'État, qui ne descendent pas suffisamment, qui ne sont pas suffisamment clairs pour ceux qu'on prend comme des bénéficiaires. L'autre élément, c'est que quand on commence un projet, on ne pense pas à développer une politique de sortie de ce projet-là. Quelles sont les structures qui sont capables de prendre la relève à la fin du projet, à la fin de l'unité de gestion du projet? Est-ce qu'il faut suffisamment armer les collectivités locales pour que ces collectivités développent, soient beaucoup plus outillées pour prendre la relève du projet? Est-ce que ce projet qu'on va installer est utile pour la collectivité locale qu'on pense adresser, qu'on pense aider? Voilà autant de questions qui constituent des défis majeurs pour nous. On essaie de faire quelque chose dans ce sens-là. Et à l'Agence béninoise pour l'environnement au niveau du Bénin, nous avons en charge de donner ce qu'on appelle le certificat de conformité environnementale et sociale. Dès que tous les projets passent chez nous, nous essayons de les classifier pour savoir quel type d'études d'impact nous allons faire par le projet. Et maintenant, nous essayons dans cet exercice-là, il faudra qu'il y ait une forte participation des populations. Pour que les populations internalisent le projet, il faut une forte participation de la population pour qu'on puisse identifier vraiment le projet qu'il faut et où placer le projet. etc. C'est pourquoi pour la validation de ces rapports-là, nous avons besoin des collectivités locales, nous avons besoin des chefs d'arrondissement, des maires, etc., afin qu'ils puissent nous aider avec d'autres experts qu'on invite de partout des universités pour être sûr que le projet tient bon. Et ce n'est pas fini. Il y a un suivi, puisque le syndicat est accompagné d'un plan de gestion environnementale et sociale. Et ce plan de gestion environnementale et sociale, nous suivons ce plan trimestriellement pour que progressivement, on ait des retours. Et dans ce plan, quand vous regardez très bien, il y a un point particulier à la participation de la population dans tous les aspects, comme quelqu'un l'a dit tout à l'heure, lors de la première élément. Donc, en bref, puisqu'il y aura des questions en vain, je pense que au départ, identifier bien les projets, les besoins des populations, les prioriser. Ensuite, mettre en œuvre les projets en associant les bénéficiaires et ceux qui seront chargés de la poursuite de la gestion de ces projets-là après la fin du financement et les impliquer dans tous les processus de suivi, d'évaluation jusqu'à la fin du projet et puis permettre de transférer au niveau national ou au niveau de la collectivité ce projet-là. Donc, cela suppose qu'il faut des formations pour comment gérer un projet, ce n'est pas évident. Même pour quelqu'un qui a géré plusieurs fois des projets, comment gérer un projet financé par tel bailleur de fonds, mais en tenant compte des réalités nationales aussi, quelles sont les exigences du gouvernement national? Vous savez très bien que c'est en absence des décrets, en absence des tests au niveau national que l'on peut utiliser facilement les tests étrangers. Donc, si le test n'existe pas, créer ces tests-là pour qu'à la fin du projet, on puisse avoir une continuation. Donc voilà, en bref, ce que je peux dire pour lancer. Je voulais dire aussi que dans tous ces projets, on insiste sur beaucoup d'aspects, sur le genre, sur le changement climatique, sur l'utilisation de la main-d'œuvre ou des experts nationaux dans les projets pour qu'ils puissent prendre le retour après. Bon, je parle un peu comme ça pour lancer le débat et répondre aux questions en cas de besoin. Merci.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kedowide. I think one thing that really comes out from your intervention is that thought-provoking feedback regarding what actually is capacity building or capacity development. And I quite agree with you. We have different understanding by different people, by different institutions, be it government, development partners, or even NGOs. So I think I quite agree with you that it's important that we really get it right to know what is the working definition of capacity building or capacity development. And then in terms of challenges, I see you raised quite a number of issues regarding ownership and involvement. You talked about indigenous knowledge, you talked about effective monitoring, bottom-up approach, and also focused training and capacity for people who are managing projects. That's really fine. Now, I want to come to you, Mr. Bohlel. You know, you currently are serving as Director of Cooperation at the Ministry of Economy and Planning. Now, the question is, what do you think are the strategies that can ensure institutional sustainability, especially from your point of view? What do you think we need to put in place? What are the measures we need to have in place to ensure that we are able to monitor and implement these strategies that we are putting in place to ensure that we achieve sustainable development with regard to programs and projects? Over to you, please, Mr. Bohlel.
Merci, Monsieur Eric, d'avoir me donné la parole. J'espère que vous m'entendez très bien. Tout d'abord, j'ai voulu remercier l'équipe IDEV pour cette invitation à cet atelier d'apprentissage dédié à la discussion du thème « Comment assurer la durabilité institutionnelle et le renforcement de capacités des projets et programmes ». En fait, c'est un honneur pour moi de prendre part à cet atelier et de partager ma petite expérience en tant que responsable de la coopération de la Tunisie avec le groupe de la VAD. durant 10 ans maintenant. La Tunisie, en tant qu'actionnaire, est le second bénéficiaire aussi de la banque avec un engagement total qui est au voisinage de 1,5 milliard d'euros et plus que 40 opérations en cours d'exécution. Nous pouvons donner quelques éléments par rapport à ce sujet. Tout d'abord, je tiens à féliciter l'IDEV pour le choix du thème renforcement de capacité. Généralement, il est négligé dans le sens où on n'a pas fait assez d'attention particulière à ce volet-là ou à cette dimension, malgré qu'elle mérite d'être bien examinée et en fait de soulever l'importance de renforcer les capacités. Déjà, on a mis la main sur le vrai problème de la mauvaise ou la performance qui n'est pas assez acceptable de l'exécution des projets. Je parle de ça car je coordonne toutes les opérations financières en Tunisie par la banque. Et avant d'aller à la stratégie qu'il faut le suivre, Monsieur Eric, permettez-moi de tout d'abord confirmer le constat de la déficience au niveau de la durabilité institutionnelle et de renforcement des capacités dans les opérations financées par la BAD, ainsi que d'autres bailleurs d'ailleurs financiers et techniques. On n'accorde pas assez d'importance au volet renforcement de capacité et il n'y a pas une approche intégrée et stratégique dans le traitement de ce volet-là. On a assisté pendant 10 années d'investissement de la banque à une évolution en fait à double vitesse, c'est-à-dire la banque elle a évolué en termes d'opérations approuvées, en termes de secteurs visés, mais d'une façon moins similaire du côté de l'exécution. Je m'explique, c'est-à-dire on a accordé plus d'attention sur les défis de développement sans pour autant s'inquiéter sur l'appareil d'exécution. En fait, il y a double vitesse, il y a une double évolution non équilibrée entre les deux chemins. Je vous donne deux exemples. À titre d'exemple, en 2016, par exemple, la banque elle a appliqué la commission d'engagement. La commission d'engagement, c'est sur le montant non décaissé. Par contre, on n'a pas vu des mesures similaires du côté de renforcer les capacités d'exécution. Aussi, actuellement, on assiste à une évolution sur les directives, par exemple, en termes de sauvegarde environnementale et sociale. De l'autre côté, on ne voit pas une tendance similaire pour renforcer les capacités dans cette thématique assez délicate et qui conditionne la durabilité de toute opération, en fait. C'est-à-dire, il faut donner plus d'importance au capital humain qui exécute le projet. Et cette attention n'est pas d'une façon individuelle, mais dans une approche systématique, exhaustive et stratégique. Et là, comme vous le savez, M. Eric, on peut recenser les défaillances et la performance de l'exécution du projet à travers les rapports de revue de performance à mi-parcours du projet. C'est-à-dire la persistance des taux, de faibles taux de décaissement, ça prouve énormément qu'on fait, on approuve des opérations. De l'autre côté, il n'y a pas d'exécution, il n'y a pas d'impact. Et si on approfondit l'analyse, on trouve que les agents qui sont responsables de l'exécution, ils manquent beaucoup de skills, manquent beaucoup de performance. Donc, en réponse à votre question, c'est que normalement, c'est une responsabilité partagée. Elle est du côté de la banque comme du côté des autorités nationales qui bénéficient d'un concours financier de la banque. C'est donc, et il faut traiter le sujet d'une façon, c'est-à-dire simultanée. C'est-à-dire du côté de la banque, il y a, par exemple, si vous voyez maintenant, on a un manque effectif du côté de la BAD. Il y a beaucoup de départements où on ne trouve pas des vis-à-vis, on trouve de l'intérim, on trouve beaucoup. Et ça influence dans l'exécution de projets. Aussi du côté des autorités nationales. Et donc, la variable capital humain, elle est prépondérante, elle est très importante et cruciale dans l'exécution du projet. Généralement, la banque procède à une évaluation de la contribution nationale dans les opérations à financer en évaluant les dispositifs institutionnels gouvernementaux, qui sera l'agence d'exécution en termes de capacité fiduciaire, financière, équipement, le nombre d'effectifs, en négligeant la qualité des ressources humaines et leur capacité réelle à exécuter le projet selon les objectifs escomptés de l'opération. Aussi, de l'autre côté, le gouvernement néglige cet aspect en préservant des ressources de financement aux autres composantes spécifiques du projet, en argumentant ceci par le fait que le programme de renforcement de capacité habituelle annuelle programmés dans les budgets des structures budgétaires sont suffisants. Même les membres des UGP ils n'ont pas le droit à des indemnités supplémentaires lorsqu'ils suivent les projets financés par les ressources extérieures. Donc, vous voyez, il y a la responsabilité des deux parties, que ce soit la banque qui accorde le financement ou que ce soit le pays bénéficiaire. Et donc, c'est une responsabilité partagée. Et ainsi, il faut adopter une stratégie, une approche stratégique pour appréhender le renforcement des capacités dans les différentes étapes de l'instruction de l'opération de financement, notamment l'identification, la préparation et surtout l'évaluation. Mon collègue qui m'a précédé, il a donné le volet un peu sur les documents livrables, mais en fait, il faut adopter une approche stratégique dans le fait que il faut intégrer le facteur renforcement de capacité dans chaque composante du projet, en posant la question sur la capacité humaine requise et le plus-value escompté sur le plan individuel et institutionnel à court et moyen et long terme. Donc, si on pose cette question dans chaque composante du projet, on assure cette continuité et de faire couvrir tous les aspects de renforcement de capacité et cette durabilité. Il faut intégrer aussi ce facteur dans les documents du projet, le rapport d'évaluation, le cadre logique et les différents livrables de suivi de projet avec les indicateurs SMART, bien sûr, aussi les aides mémoires de l'émission de supervision avec les recommandations nécessaires en cas d'écart constaté. Il faut tout d'abord aussi élargir le périmètre de renforcement de capacité, non seulement les agences d'exécution et du côté de la banque, mais aussi il y en a d'autres parties prenantes, ceux qui font l'audit, ceux qui font le contrôle, toutes les parties prenantes sont concernées par le volet de renforcement de capacité pour réussir l'opération. Aussi, il faut peut-être, j'avance un tout petit peu par rapport à votre question, c'est limiter le recours aux consultants individuels en exigeant le transfert d'expérience. C'est-à-dire, par exemple, maintenant, on fait des opérations par des sous-traitances ad hoc et par la suite, on ne trouve pas un plus-value pour l'institution ou pour le gouvernement et aussi, on ne trouve pas même la passation, la traçabilité du côté de la banque. Et parfois, j'ai assisté à plusieurs passations qui se trouvent entre les task managers d'un projet au sein de la banque où on perd beaucoup de temps de trouver où on est par rapport à une étape de projet ou une composante. Et tout ça influence l'exécution du projet. Donc, ceci, on peut l'exiger dans les TDR, on peut exiger ce partage d'informations et mener une réflexion et un dialogue approfondi sur le facteur de motivation des ressources humaines, que ce soit financière ou aussi des sessions de formation d'ordre international. Tout ça, ça se fait dans les différentes étapes du projet et d'une façon stratégique, non seulement d'une intervention ad hoc ou d'une sous-traitance, on ne trouve pas la durabilité du facteur humain et de capacité humaine. Je me limite à ce niveau-là avec ces idées. J'espère que j'ai avancé un tout petit peu d'informations sur ce sujet. Pour les meilleures pratiques, peut-être on laisse ça après d'autres interventions des collègues. Merci.
Thank you very much. Those are very useful points you've made there. The point about a joint approach the issue about human capital building, the issue of mutual accountability, building capacity at different stages, ensuring maintenance of capacity development at all levels of the project, and also mainstreaming capacity building, especially of indigenous capacity. I think those are very strong points that will actually could be put in place as strategies to ensure institutional sustainability of projects. Maybe if I may just want to add to these, because this is an area where the bank has been doing a lot recently with respect to strengthening institutional capacity and putting in place strategies that will last longer. One thing we're doing is to ensure that such approach or such capacity development interventions are structured, not in the previous time where you just had people come do one training in 1 year and then everybody goes back until another 1 or 2 years before another training is done. What we do currently is to ensure that the training is structured to cover the entire challenges, especially in the specific area that we're looking at. Another thing we're also doing is to ensure that it is focused and it is also tailored to the specific need of either a country or group of countries. We also ensure too that this capacity building is gradual. At the bank currently, we have an institution we call the Public Finance Management Academy, which is helping to gradually build the capacity of public financial management experts. We take them in cohorts. You take the first cohort, finish training them across the entire spectrum of public financial management, then go to another cohort. So in that case, you gradually build that capacity and an army of people who can actually support institutions in their countries to ensure that they succeed. And in terms of how we can do it, partnership is very important. You really did highlight that. And another thing that's also important is a systematic approach to it, to ensure that it is actually bottom up. It is based on needs. That's why we undertake what we call country capacity diagnostic assessments that helps us to understand the key challenges countries are facing, so that based on those challenges, we know what type of capacity programs and projects we need to build to support these countries. So thank you very much, Monsieur Bourlel. Now, let me come to my good friend, Pietro. You occupy a very strategic position. You are straddling and sitting between the bank and the countries. The bank, on one hand, as a giver of these capacity development initiatives, and the countries who are the receiver. Now, from where you sit, how do you think we can ensure balance between the short and long-term institutional benefits of capacity development sustainability? Because what we have noticed is focus tends to be more on short-term benefits vis-a-vis long-term benefits. But how do we ensure we manage these two benefits to ensure that countries are actually able to get a long-term benefits from capacity development and not just focusing on the immediate benefits that come with it? Pedro, please.
Eric, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think this is one of the most complex issues that one could discuss. How do you embed technical capacity into the permanent operation of an institution in a way that continues to provide benefits after the intervention, the external intervention has taken place? I think, and from where I sit, it's really a privileged place to realize that the issue is a complex tangle of institutional incentives and structures, as well as simply the injection of technical skills. So institutional strengthening is not just about training. It's about the incentives for the actors in the institutions and the managerial and political will to use those skills in the day-to-day operations. It's really important when we look at institutional capacity building to understand, first of all, what are the political economy structures that drive the institution? What are the incentives of the institution, and what is the wider political context from which the top-level political priorities cascade down to an institution? And it's also important to, as you were saying, in terms of the institutional capacity assessments, to frame the capacity building interventions in the context of the other programmatic operations that the bank or other partners are putting in place. So, you know, if we have a very significant program in the energy sector, then it makes sense to think of a capacity building program within that sector, because you have a dialogue and a relationship with the institution that is established, personalized, and it's linked to specific policy objectives. So I always try and advocate for institutional capacity building, the more formal type of capacity building, to be very much linked also to our investment in infrastructure or in other areas. The other very important issue is what you were saying, sort of to make sure that you're covering the whole operational cycle, or in other terms, that you have staying power. And a lot of what we apply to countries in transition, the 10 principle of do no harm and stay for the long term, it actually applies when it comes to institutional capacity building. So the issue of ensuring and guaranteeing a long-term engagement with the institution is very important. It's not, 2 weeks intervention, is a 5-year intervention supporting the institution to develop its policy-making capacity. I think the key point is that you're not developing the individuals in the institution, because the individuals leave. You're trying to develop the institution itself and its memory, if you wish. And I'm currently in a country like Sao Tome and Principe that suffers a lot from brain drain. So, there is always a risk of training people and then they emigrate and you lose that, unless you embed that knowledge in the way that the institution works. And for doing that, you need to link to your operational investments as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pietro. Very excellent point there. But before I let you go, there's one other thing that I feel you might be able to give us insight on, and this has to do with the point about context. I know as the country manager and also having worked in the African Natural Resources Center, you have a broad range of the type of different institutional contexts that we have in different countries. So what do you think, therefore, could be the best practices for institutional sustainability and strengthening in these different contexts, including maybe fragile states, for example?
Yeah, undoubtedly. So, I mean, you said it correctly. You really need to calibrate the type of intervention to the country context that you have. Obviously, there are countries that, can buy all the expertise that they need. Where they need guidance, and I have the privilege to serve in such a country like Angola, is the 5th economy in Africa. They have resources to contract the McKinsey of this world to do work for them. Where we can support and help is really to try and provide that more neutral advice in terms of what are the experiences in that specific policy issues that they want to tackle, how to ask the questions to the consultancy company, how to frame that contract with the consultancy company in a way that it incorporates training as well as policy advice. And often you don't need to fund the capacity building project because the country can do it themselves. But if you establish that trust relationship, then they might be willing to want to hear your advice about how they frame the capacity building. Obviously, other countries in a different place in the spectrum of both income and, if you wish, fragility, might have a bigger difficulty in financing their capacity building. And in that case, your role as an external partner becomes more comprehensive. Now, the risk there is one of ownership. The risk there is, as I was saying before, that you are training individuals and not the institution, because the institution perceives this as the program of the African Development Bank or whoever else is providing it. And therefore, the work, the best practice, if you wish, or the good practice, is to really trying to contextualize what your program does with what the institution is trying to do, wants to do. What is the political, what wakes up the top management of the institution in the morning, worrying them? What does the minister report to or the president of the country wants from them? And so aligning then your intervention with what they want and need is very important, because otherwise, because you're controlling the finances and you're controlling the design, you risk designing something that is not quite aligned with what that institution needs. So you really work at the two ends of the spectrum, countries with resources and they want only your advice, and countries who need both your advice and your resources, and everything that comes in the middle between these two extremes. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Pietro. And I think you're spot on there. Precisely the case, we have to contextualize each country. And that's what the bank is championing. Gone are the days where you have one-size-fits-all capacity building program or projects for countries. Like I mentioned earlier, the bank is doing a lot in this area, ensuring that we understand the context, we understand the challenges, we also understand the gaps that exist in this country. And I think that's one key issue to ensuring good best practices. And I can share with you the fact that the bank currently, especially at the African Development Institute, we have a program which is part of the Transition State Facility Pillar 3, where we are purposely supporting the fragile states on building their capacity on public financial and debt management. And what we're doing as a first step to commence this project is to understand the context in these countries. So we have our colleagues who are combing all these countries, visiting them, sitting with the ministers, sitting with different institutions to understand the country-specific context, which will be the basis for which this capacity development programs and projects will be built, tailored specifically to their needs. One more thing we had also done is to also do a stock taking of all the African countries with a view to understanding what type of macroeconomic models do they have that can assist them to actually be able to drive policies, to implement policies, to assess policies, to evaluate and monitor the implementation is on course or not. And from the findings we have, which cuts across the entire African countries, we are teasing out the core findings to be able to develop programs and projects to build the capacities of those countries. In some of these countries, we found that they don't even have any macroeconomic model. And some other ones where they are foreign developed and foreign operated. We even have some institutions like a central bank, 2 of them that do not have any model at all. So what we're doing there, which is part of the best practices we're talking about, is now to design specific programs and projects that can help to build the capacities of these countries in designing, first of all, in training. And I like the way you put it, Pietro. We have training, we have technical assistance, and we also have policy dialogue. These are the 3 core areas that the bank is focusing on sustainably building capacity in regional member countries. Now, let me come back to you, Mr. Kedewide and also Bokhelel. The interesting thing is that you are institutions who are beneficiaries of capacity development projects. So now, to what extent do you think that we can actually address the capacity needs of these institutions? You may want to focus on the institutions you're familiar with, which is your own. What do you think we can do to address the institutional, organizational, even individual capacities that you tend to face in your institutions? Let me start with you, Mr. Kedewide.
Merci infiniment. Bon, pour ce qui concerne l'Agence béninoise pour l'environnement et d'autres structures aussi du Bénin ou bien de l'Afrique au sud du Sahara que je connais un peu mieux, je crois qu'il faut identifier les réels besoins des collègues qui sont avec moi ou bien des bénéficiaires des projets avant d'identifier tel ou tel. Je prends un exemple tout récent. Donc, il a été proposé pour renforcer les capacités de l'Agence béninoise pour l'environnement, la formation sur AcView Pro. Ça devait se faire en décembre. Mais nous avons voulu d'abord qu'on fasse une analyse des besoins réels. Si on donne ce logiciel-là, ça va servir à quoi exactement dans ce que nous faisons? Et chemin faisant, nous avons vu que ce logiciel qui revient cher et qu'on allait mettre gracieusement à notre disposition va moins nous servir, mais va servir plus une autre structure de notre ministère qui est l'Institut géographique national. Et nous avons orienté vers cela. Et nous avons choisi une formation sur un logiciel SIG, mais qui est un logiciel libre qu'on peut utiliser pour nos données puisqu'on n'en produit pas beaucoup. Nous avons actuellement aussi un projet WAPCO au niveau de Bénin, le Niger, un projet qui installe des pipelines de Agadem au Niger jusqu'au Bénin pour l'exportation du pétrole brut du Niger. Et ce projet a proposé aussi plusieurs formations et des activités en direction des populations bénéficiaires. Ils ont prévu des arbres à planter dans le nord, mais nous avons exigé à ce projet que le projet WAPCO puisse s'approcher des populations, faire des études, pas des études coûteuses, avec les populations même et avec quelques experts béninois pour comprendre. Et à la place des arbres qu'ils voulaient mettre dans le long des pipelines au nord du Bénin, les populations ont choisi plutôt un arbre fruitier qui était dans l'espace avant la sécheresse. C'est les manguiers qu'on appelle les manguiers gouverneurs, qui les aidaient avant et qu'ils vendaient, qui pouvaient faire transformer en mangue séchée, etc. Voilà des exemples qui font que, en se rapprochant des populations de plus en plus, on sait qu'est-ce qu'il faut les faire pour les aider. Quel type de formation leur donner, quel type d'apport leur donner, etc., etc. Surtout dans la perspective de la poursuite de l'activité après le retrait des partenaires de développement ou bien après le retrait de l'unité de gestion de projet. Donc, il y a plusieurs types de formations que monsieur, j'oublie son nom, monsieur de la Tunisie disait, Tarek, je crois, il disait qu'il a plusieurs types de formations, bon, de renforcement de capacité, mais il faut savoir sérieux pour savoir quel type de formation on a besoin, quel type de renforcement de capacité, si c'est des véhicules, etc. Identifier davantage les besoins avant d'aller de l'avant. Donc, c'est ce qu'on essaie de faire actuellement. Et lors de la signature des contrats, des conventions avec l'État béninois et autres, on insiste beaucoup sur cet aspect-là. On insiste sur ce projet précis, par exemple. On a dit qu'il fallait recruter des cadres béninois qui vont s'assurer de la poursuite du projet à la fin, après le départ de la coopération chinoise. Donc, depuis 2-3 ans, c'est les Béninois qui doivent prendre la relève, qui ne sont pas des tâcherons ni des ouvriers, qui vont prendre la direction, ont été en formation donc en Chine et ailleurs. On les a envoyés en formation sur le même thème, aussi bien en Chine qu'aux États-Unis. Et ils sont revenus maintenant à partir de 2024. Beaucoup parmi eux vont commencer à occuper les postes de directeur. Ce qui veut dire qu'au départ des autres, la capacité serait déjà là pour continuer la gestion donc, de ces projets, de ces programmes-là. Voilà un peu, pour ne pas être trop long, pour respecter le timing, ce qu'on fait au niveau du Bénin. Je voulais insister sur un fait qui est assez important, c'est prendre en compte la culture des populations qu'on veut approcher. Vous savez, quand on regarde ce qui se passe au niveau national, c'est-à-dire au niveau des régions, quand on regarde la culture des populations, la population ne sont pas aussi bêtes que ça. Donc, elles savent exactement ce qu'elles veulent. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai souvent l'habitude de dire qu'il faut aller vers les populations, non comme des vides à remplir, mais comme des plénitudes à découvrir. Ces populations ont des valeurs, mais si vous allez vers eux, vous les apportez, c'est des vides, vous voulez les combler en apportant le savoir, vous vous rendez compte qu'en fin de compte, ils n'utilisent pas ce savoir-là. Donc, il faut aller vers eux pour les découvrir, comme des plénitudes à découvrir. Donc, j'aime bien cette formulation que Cheikh Anta Diop disait souvent quand il était vivant, les autres comme pas comme des vides à combler, mais comme des plénitudes à découvrir. Donc, allez vous découvrir ces populations et vous allez apprendre de leur culture, apprendre de leur manière de faire et ça aide beaucoup dans tout cela. Actuellement, au niveau du Bénin, je suis à Dubaï depuis hier. Hein. Quelqu'un disait que je suis à Dubaï depuis hier pour la COP. Actuellement, au Bénin, on ne sait plus quand est la saison sèche. Parce que avant-hier, il a plu encore. Hier matin, avant que je parte, il pleuvait. Alors que nous sommes en saison sèche. Mais les populations des régions le savaient. Ils ont des plantes, quand les plantes apparaissent, quand des types d'oiseaux apparaissent, ils savent exactement qu'il aura la pluie mais qu'il a la sécheresse. Ils ont toujours dit, et il y a un qui a même fait une émission, on l'a invité à la télé, il a dit non, la saison de sèche ne va pas commencer cette année avant janvier, alors que ça commence en octobre. Parce qu'il dit qu'il a telle plante qu'ils ont embarré. Voilà des connaissances qu'il ne faut pas négliger. Si on savait ça, on sait qu'il aura plu depuis le mois de juin, depuis le mois d'avril-mars, que la pluie a commencé. Ça n'a pas passé jusqu'à présent parce que les espèces dont il parle sont visibles. Voilà les connaissances donc il faut prendre en compte quand on veut renforcer la capacité des gens pour qu'on intègre ça à ce qui est moderne, traditionnel, moderne, pour qu'on puisse aller de l'avant. Voilà ce que je veux dire. Merci.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kidowide. Just that I noticed now that we're running a bit behind schedule. So, Mr. Bolel, do you still want to respond to this question, or we can go straight to the Q&A so that if further questions arise from the audience, then we can go on. Okay, if you can take maybe just 1 minute to then respond. I see you raise your hand. Please go ahead. 1 minute, please.
Merci, monsieur Eric. Je ne vais pas être trop long. En fait, j'ai voulu répondre à cette question, comme ça a été avancé par monsieur François, sur la nature des opérations de renforcement de capacité. En fait, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Il faut avoir les deux critères d'être que les sessions de formation soient adaptées et bien ciblées pour avoir du plus-value, en fait, de résultats. Aussi, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec M. Cruchot pour la remarque de la fuite des compétences. En fait, on investit dans les compétences, on fait le renforcement, mais par la suite, on se trouve on manque de compétences encore une fois. Il y a un cycle vicieux qui ne se termine pas avec toujours, il y a le manque qui persiste de renforcement de capacité pour exporter ces expériences ailleurs dans d'autres pays et on ne bénéficie que pour des opérations bien ciblées. En fait, je partage avec vous l'idée de ces dernières années, la Banque a fait des programmes de formation et elle a commencé à s'inquiéter sur le volet renforcement de capacité. L'exemple, par exemple, le financement des delivery units. Là, ce sont des institutions qui sont placées. Même la Tunisie a bénéficié d'un financement, ce delivery unit en 2018. Ce sont des unités comme les UGP qui chapeautent les projets nationaux d'envergure, c'est-à-dire pour faciliter l'échange avec les bailleurs de fonds. C'est une idée pertinente qui facilitera la coopération avec les PTF, les partenaires techniques et financiers, mais insuffisante à mon sens pour garantir l'efficacité globale, c'est-à-dire et durable dans la réalisation du projet public. Nous aspirons à une couverture plus élargie, c'est-à-dire qui touche la plupart des institutions publiques responsables des projets publics, au niveau central, au niveau régional et au niveau local aussi, sans oublier bien sûr les entreprises publiques opérant dans des secteurs stratégiques. Pour terminer, donc il faut procéder à travers des directives, à mon sens, il faut procéder à travers des directives qui engage simultanément la banque et les autorités gouvernementales dans chaque opération financée pour bâtir une culture de durabilité dans la gouvernance du projet et une accumulation d'expérience au contenu. Donc, à mon sens, juste un commentaire pour M. François, toujours il donne de l'importance sur l'identification de besoins en termes de capacité et s'oriente vers la population dans sa globalité. Mais en fait, il faut distinguer entre deux choses. C'est que le besoin de renforcement, c'est l'appareil d'exécution du gouvernement, c'est-à-dire les responsables qui d'exécuter les projets. Et les autres sont les bénéficiaires de l'output du projet, c'est-à-dire les défis où on répond à cette opération. Donc, il faut distinguer entre les deux. C'est vrai de chercher le besoin dans l'appareil d'exécution du projet qui est responsable de l'exécution et ça va se manifester par type d'opération. C'est-à-dire chaque structure, chaque EGP va réclamer le besoin où la banque et les autorités sont responsables de l'assurer. Et merci beaucoup, Monsieur Eric.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Bohilel. That's another very interesting feedback. So now there's a particular question here, and this one is specific to Mr. Kedowide. The question has to do with wanting to know how we can concretely involve populations in the monitoring and evaluation of development projects, and how can we ensure accountability to the population? So that's a specific question to you, Mr. Kedowide. Can you please take that question? Interesting one indeed.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais essayer d'y répondre. Comment on peut associer les populations? Quand je dis les populations, ce n'est pas qu'il faut les appeler tous au venir, c'est les populations qui sont organisées. Vous savez, quand on va dans un village, par exemple, il y a le chef traditionnel, il y a, ça dépend des pays, hein, il y a le chef d'arrondissement, il y a des structures organisées qui sont dans ces pays-là. Je vais prendre un exemple concret. Nous faisons à l'ABE, à l'Agence Bulna pour l'environnement, le suivi de la mise en œuvre des plans de gestion environnementale et sociale. Et pour cela, étant donné que les populations, c'est-à-dire la mairie et d'autres populations organisées avaient participé donc à la validation du rapport, quand nous allons faire le suivi de la mise en œuvre de ce plan, nous invitons quelques groupes de population, la mairie, le chef du quartier, etc., pour qu'ils fassent le suivi avec nous. Ça veut dire que même si on n'est pas là, parce que nous ne pouvons pas venir tout le temps, bien peut-être une fois par trimestre ou bien des fois une fois par semestre, Et ces populations organisées, c'est-à-dire les collectivités locales, nous informent des dérapages éventuels donc, de ce projet-là. S'ils attirent notre attention, ce qui nous permet d'envoyer une mission d'inspection pour voir la véracité de ce que les populations avancent. Et s'il faut faire l'audit environnemental et social, on essaie d'accompagner cela. Donc, voilà un exemple de la participation des populations, je dis population en guillemets, à au suivi d'un projet, d'un programme. Et quand on fait ça convenablement, à la fin, qu'est-ce qui se passe? C'est que si c'est le projet dans une collectivité, c'est la collectivité qui prend le projet après le départ des bailleurs de fonds, après le départ des bailleurs de fonds, après le départ des gestionnaires du projet. C'est la collectivité qui va prendre ça. Si la collectivité n'avait pas intégré ça au départ, elle ne pourrait pas être faite. Un autre exemple, qui est le dernier avant que je réponde à la question de réduction, la Banque mondiale, dans le projet WACA, a accepté de financer pour l'antenne de Parakou, de l'ABE de Parakou, de payer le salaire pour 8 cadres de l'ABE. Avant qu'on accepte ça, pendant 3 ans, avant qu'on accepte que ces cadres soient formés, recrutés et puis restent là pendant 3 ans, on s'est assuré de qu'est-ce qui va se passer après 3 ans. Quand la banque va arrêter de payer leur salaire et accessoires, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Donc d'abord, on a négocié avec le gouvernement qui nous a confirmé, qui nous a donné un document écrit qui nous confirme que après le départ de la banque, ils seront pris en charge, ils seront intégrés dans l'équipe de l'ABE. Ce qui fait que l'antenne qu'on a maintenant à Parakou, qui est au nord du Bénin, ne sera pas abandonnée à la fin du financement de la Banque mondiale. L'antenne va continuer à le faire. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? C'est que WACA a eu des problèmes pour démarrer ce projet. En définitive, au lieu de 3 ans, WACA va nous prendre en charge pendant 1 an et demi. Mais étant donné qu'on avait préparé l'arrière, le gouvernement a accepté donc de les prendre, même si le WACA les prenait en charge pendant 1 an, le gouvernement a accepté de les intégrer à l'effectif de l'ABE. Donc, nous préparons à les recevoir pour pouvoir continuer à payer un salaire. Voilà un peu ce que... Bon, alors, pour la réduction des comptes, la réduction est un peu obligatoire. Je prends encore le cas des projets, parce que tous les projets actuellement au Bénin qui sont dans la catégorie A, B, c'est presque la même chose que la Banque africaine de développement, qui font l'étude d'impact environnemental et social, ont un plan de gestion environnementale et sociale, etc. Alors, tous les trimestres, ils doivent envoyer un rapport de suivi de la mise en œuvre de ce plan-là. Chaque année, ils doivent faire l'audit interne qu'ils doivent envoyer. Donc, ils doivent faire une sorte de réduction de compte pour dire comment est-ce que le projet évolue, etc., etc. Il s'est rendu public et les populations organisées, ONG, même qui ne sont pas de la région, peuvent intervenir pour dire, vous avez promis faire ci, vous n'avez pas promis faire ça. Et on a instauré que périodiquement, c'est une population, enfin, un projet qui s'installe dans une zone puisse partager avec la collectivité locale, puisse partager les résultats de ce qui se passe. Donc, on a le plan de travail annuel, on a le plan de travail, peut-être le plan stratégique de 4-5 ans, et au lieu de rendre compte seulement entre eux, c'est ouvert, et on rencontre un peu à un groupe plus large qui s'informe de ce qui se passe. La réduction des comptes est obligatoire dans tout cela. Donc, c'est ce qu'on essaie d'expérimenter. Et depuis bientôt 6 ans que je suis à l'ABE, ça allait quand même de très bien marcher. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kidowide. I think those are very helpful one. This next question, I think, Pietro, you are very most likely to be the one to jump at this. This is from Blandine OK. The person wants to know how we can put in place a mechanism to generate financial resources to promote the sustainability of interventions within the framework of the health system strengthening projects. So what are the opportunities that are there to raise financial resources that can help to promote sustainability, but now focusing more specifically on the health sector? Over to you, Pietro. since you work with the bank and you are one of those who raise resources for supporting countries on capacity building.
No, thank you, Eric. I'm not sure what health program the colleague, the person asking the question is referring to. So I'm not sure I can answer specifically to that. Maybe I can answer more widely about raising resources around sustainability projects. And this is very much where I think the bank is trying to position itself as a an implementer of a DFI implementing the Paris Agreement, supporting our regional member states in fulfilling its nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, but also making sure that the African continent receives a just compensation for the damage made by unsustainable policies in the past, especially as it concerns to climate change. And there is an initiative which is a Global Center for Adaptation that the bank is hosting in its African Secretariat. But the idea, the concept, in my view, is increasingly to say Africa has a very significant natural capital. And is a natural capital that was rapidly depleted in industrialized countries over the process of industrialization, which caused the current imbalances in the global climate. So the trade-off is really between using this natural capital to industrialize in a way that would endanger the sustainability of the globe as a whole, or preserve this natural capital, but to make that preservation sustainable, it's important that it gets monetized, that the actual value of the natural capital that is being preserved benefits the populations. So I'll make you more specific examples. We're currently working on a pilot to see whether in Sao Tome and Principe is a small archipelago, 2 main islands in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean off the Gulf of Guinea. And one of the 2 islands, the island of Principe, is a UNESCO biosphere. Is been declared a UNESCO biosphere because of the particular richness in its biodiversity. Now, that means that, for example, the high level of protection granted to a biosphere means that the population of Principe cannot use sand for construction. It's very limited, the activities of breaking stone to produce cement and to produce building materials. The fisheries are restricted, etc., etc. Now, that biosphere is a global good. It absorbs carbons on behalf of the whole world. So how do we compensate? How do we create a financial mechanism that makes the biosphere sustainable? Because the population of the island of Principe is directly benefiting from the existing of the biosphere. And we're trying to do that by piloting a mechanism that would use the carbon markets to deliver a cash flow stream that then could benefit provision of social services to the population of the island. And that could be including also health services, of course. So that's one way I would try to answer the question, is to try to monetize natural capital. Obviously, there are other approaches. There are debt for nature swaps, whereby industrialized countries are willing to forgive debt conditional to preservation of natural capital of different forms. And I think part of our role as a development finance institution is to really use our financial expertise to develop these projects, develop these innovative approaches, and making sure that we are pricing nature, we're pricing sustainability in a way that obviously benefits the continent that probably has most preserved its natural capital, which is the African continent.
Thank you very much, Pietro. I think you did justice to the question. I see that there are still a few other questions focusing around the same thing, especially from Kadim from Dakar, asking about innovative financial systems or approaches that can be used to achieve sustainability. I think in view of our time, we may not be able to go on with those questions, but Kadim, rest assured that IDEV will revert to you with specific answer to that question as put together from here. So before we go, I'd just like my panelists to take just 30 seconds, please, 30 seconds, and I'm counting time here, to just give your final words before we close the panel. Let me start with you this time, Monsieur Borlel.
En guise de conclusion, merci M. Eric. Encore une fois, je félicite IDEV pour le choix du thème et de poursuivre le dialogue sur ce thème-là de renforcement de capacité et de prévoir des stratégies qui peuvent être, c'est-à-dire généralisées dans le travail opérationnel de la banque. Et ça, c'est pour le bénéfice des pays membres régionaux, ça c'est certain, et aussi pour suivre l'évolution, comme vous le savez maintenant, les exigences en matière de durabilité avec les crises du climat. Moi, je suis tout à fait certain que la plupart des pays ont fixé l'axe de changement climatique comme axe prioritaire pour toutes les opérations futures de la banque. Et donc, on est là dans une logique de durabilité, que ce soit opérationnel, c'est-à-dire pour viser le développement du continent en général, mais aussi pour l'appareil d'exécution. Merci encore une fois pour cette invitation, pour la contribution des différents collègues panélistes et pour les participants à cet atelier. Merci.
Thank you too very much, Mr. Kedowide. 30 seconds, please.
Oui, je juste remercier, comme l'a déjà fait mon prédécesseur, donc je ne veux pas insister là-dessus. Le thème était novateur et ça nous a mené un peu à réfléchir et à revoir notre manière d'agir. Et ça nous aidera. Je crois que la réflexion va se poursuivre avec la collaboration de la Banque africaine de développement et disponible pour d'autres panels. Merci.
Thank you very much. And Pietro, you have the last word here.
Oh, well, no, but it's just to thank you. Obviously, I think sustainability is really the key element of what we do. The continent is changing. The continent is becoming stronger, more in charge of its own destiny. And therefore, you know, we really need to think in a different way in terms of really aligning our work with the direction of the homegrown institutions. And I think this is what we're trying to do, and this is what events like this one and panelists like the one I had the pleasure to share a platform with highlighted. So it's a real pleasure for me to have been invited to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pietro. Thank you, everyone, all my panelists. I think it's been a very rich discussion for sure. We can go on and on, but I see we need to just end at this point. So we appreciate your insight. Again, this is just the beginning of the conversation. It shouldn't end here. Again, to our participants who are connected virtually, just note that if you have questions, feel free to send them across. We will respond to you appropriately. So once again, thank you for all the support. Thank you, and I hand over now back to Jane. Jane, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Eric. This has been another rich discussion, and I will not try to summarize it because we're also running out of time. But Eric, as you started off with a very powerful statement. You said capacity is everything. The discussion pretty much focused on the institutional capacity, institutional sustainability. And also you were able to touch on the individual capacities, you know, and the real issues that institutions actually do face, not only at the institutional level, but also at the individual level to be able to sustain those capacities. So thank you so much, Eric, and all the panelists, Dr. Francois Cornel Kidowide, Mr. Tariq Boulel, and Mr. Pietro Toigo, who is our colleague in Sao Tome and Principe. So thank you very much for that. So to help us with the closing, which will be closing in the next 10 minutes, we had hoped to finish the program at 1300 GMT. But if you can bear with us the next 10 minutes, our colleague Ibrahima Konate is going to help us with the closing remarks. Ibrahima Konate is currently the division manager for Central and North Africa regions in the Power Systems Development Department at the African Development Bank. He has more than 30 years of experience in the energy sector, mainly in operational power systems, energy policy and project management. And before joining the bank, he held various positions within the Senegalese National Power Utility and the West African Economic and Monetary Union, UEMOA. So I welcome Ibrahima to make the closing remarks.
Merci beaucoup, Diane, et bonjour, bon après-midi à tous les collègues qui nous suivent depuis ce matin. Peut-être à l'entame de mon propos, je vais renouveler les excuses de mon directeur, M. Bachibalde, qui devrait en fait clôturer cette session. Il n'a pas pu le faire dû à des conflits de calendrier. Il s'en excuse fortement. Pour revenir à la session d'aujourd'hui, je dirais que les collègues de IDEV ont conçu vraiment cette rencontre de manière durable. Je le dis, ce n'est pas pour un jeu de mots, mais c'est juste pour nous permettre de vraiment tirer profit de ces échanges si fructueux qui ont lieu depuis 4 heures de temps. Je dirais que le temps est passé sans qu'on puisse s'en rendre compte, juste du fait de la richesse des échanges qu'il y a eu depuis ce matin. Je parlais de structuration durable puisque pour entamer la journée, il y a eu une présentation sur des faits, ce que la banque a eu à constater sur des réalisations concrètes, c'est-à-dire comment l'aspect durabilité a été évalué dans les différentes opérations menées par la banque dans les différents États membres. Et c'est avéré que vraiment, un effort reste à faire dans le domaine de la durabilité des interventions. Et pour en rechercher un peu les causes pour mieux trouver les solutions, un exposé a été fait sur la durabilité économique et financière des opérations. Il s'est révélé de ce point de vue qu'il faille trouver des outils innovants, des méthodes innovantes pour pouvoir assurer cette durabilité financière et économique des interventions. À ce titre, je voudrais saluer l'intervention des collègues depuis le Ghana, la Côte d'Ivoire, qui ont permis vraiment d'étayer un peu ce qui a été constaté par IDEV à travers son évaluation, mais également pouvoir se projeter pour l'avenir. Au titre des interventions, on a eu droit également à un exposé sur le renforcement des capacités et la durabilité institutionnelle de manière générale. Là aussi, je dirais qu'il y a de nombreuses questions qui ont été posées et l'objectif, je pense, n'était pas nécessairement d'apporter des réponses à toutes les questions, Mais je pense que le fait de pouvoir poser les bonnes questions permet en fait de résoudre le problème, ne serait-ce qu'à moitié. Puisque lorsqu'on parle de durabilité institutionnelle, cela a été désagrégé jusqu'au niveau, je dirais, individuel. Et de ce point de vue, il est apparu très clairement que de bonnes questions doivent être posées à la préparation des projets et programmes de telle sorte qu'on puisse trouver une solution adéquate. Et en cela, j'ai noté au moins 2 ou 3 questions sur lesquelles qui doivent continuer à être posées et qui pourront permettre de susciter une réflexion un peu plus approfondie selon le contexte, selon la culture, aux différents, je dirais, aussi bien aux équipes de la Banque africaine de développement qu'aux bénéficiaires. Il s'agit de donner plus de contenu au terme renforcement des capacités. C'est vrai, on le voit très souvent, mais c'est un terme qui est souvent galvaudé. On ne saurait pas trop, selon les interlocuteurs, on peut se retrouver avec des définitions différentes de ce terme renforcement des capacités. Également, la construction, si je peux dire, de la durabilité institutionnelle doit tenir compte très fortement du contexte. Parce que aussi bien au niveau des opérations, des actions peuvent être menées, mais au niveau du contexte plus global du pays, du gouvernement et autres, il peut y avoir des dispositions qui soient telles que mettre en place ou bien assurer une durabilité institutionnelle peut s'avérer une œuvre vaine. C'est juste une question, une interrogation, mais le fait d'attirer l'attention sur des aspects comme ça peut amener les concepteurs de projets et programmes à pouvoir trouver les bonnes cibles. Nous avons eu droit également à, je dirais, une menace et une opportunité à la fois grâce à la présentation du collègue Marco. Dans cette présentation, nous avons pu toucher du doigt les effets ou bien les impacts réels des changements climatiques de manière générale. Et en cela, il s'agit, je dirais, d'un thème qui peut constituer un risque, mais qui peut constituer également une opportunité dans la conception des projets et programmes. Et l'exemple, la petite vidéo qui a été passée, a permis de voir l'importance de prendre en compte ces aspects. Ceci étant, je pense que le fait de faire le tour de la question en faisant un point d'arrêt, en regardant l'arrière de rétroviseur pour voir ce qui a été réalisé à date, comment l'aspect durabilité a été pris en compte ou pas, en essayant de se projeter sur l'avenir, en prenant en compte les risques et les opportunités présentées par le changement climatique, mais également la nécessité d'avoir un pilier important qui est le capital humain dans la conception, dans la mise en œuvre des projets et programmes, nous donne en fait un tour d'horizon assez global qui puisse nous permettre de voir que l'aspect durabilité est un facteur essentiel à prendre en compte. Certes, qui dit durabilité peut vouloir dire renforcement ou bien accroissement des coûts des projets et programmes. Mais je pense que dans cet exercice, il s'agit de trouver le juste milieu parce qu'il ne s'agit guère de construire des routes, des ponts pour ne pas pouvoir atteindre la durée de vie estimée, ne serait-ce que la durée de vie estimée au début du projet. Je pense que personne n'en voudrait, aussi bien côté bénéficiaire que côté banque. Donc, il va y trouver le juste milieu pour pouvoir mettre en place, en fait, prendre en compte cette dimension durabilité dans tout investissement qui sera fait. Je pense que sur ces mots, j'ai un peu résumé les discussions que nous avons eues depuis ce matin et également, nous nous projetons également vers l'avenir et je pense que les collègues de IDEV qui ont organisé, qui ont eu vraiment la bonne idée d'organiser cet échange, prendront également en main les quelques questions importantes qui ont été soulevées au cours de cette rencontre pour pouvoir se projeter sur l'avenir, pour pouvoir donner aussi bien aux bénéficiaires de projets qu'aux collègues de la Banque africaine de développement des lignes directrices qui puissent permettre d'améliorer pour le futur la conception des projets et programmes. Je pense que, Jen, si vous n'avez pas un mot à rajouter, nous pouvons mettre à ce point-ci un terme à nos échanges et en nous disant que dans le cadre de la durabilité, des échanges de ce type pourraient voir le jour plus fréquemment dans le futur. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibrahima Konate, for the closing remarks. You were able to summarize the key points that were discussed today and also where we go from here. So it's not an issue of having a discussion for the sake of having a discussion. It's clearly seeing how some of this knowledge, some of these experiences, they can be put into action. So thank you so much for that. We now come to the end of our learning event. I would like to bring it to a close by thanking all those who are involved. First, I would like to sincerely thank all the speakers, moderators, panelists, and presenters who enriched our understanding of what can be done differently by the bank, governments, and other development partners for development impact or results that do actually last. Second, a special thank you to the IDEV organizing team, Najad, Tariro, Claire, Kate, and Joseph, who worked tirelessly to ensure we had a successful event. Third, all the colleagues who have been working behind the scenes, the video conference team, you heard us mention so many times DOSAF. So DOSAF and Jan, they're behind the scene, the interpreters, Q&A monitors, rapporteurs, such as Aminata, Samson, Stephanie, Eric Yai, Roberta, and many others supporting the logistics of this event. As you can see, it took a village to put all this thing together. So thank you for that. And finally, I want to thank you, the participants who joined our event from all over the world. So this is the last learning event of IDEV for 2023. We hope to see you in the new year where we plan to have more learning events, including our flagship event, the Bank Evaluation Week, tentatively scheduled for September. As you sign off, please take a quick survey because we are always looking for feedback on how we can improve our events. So thank you and wishing everyone a happy holiday. Thank you again.